We're live. We're live. What is this, episode 53?
It is episode 53. I'm super excited for tonight, man.
Yeah, me too. And, you know, Tim won the bet because I said this would all happen in January. It has begun to happen late February, early March. Welcome to the show. Of course, we're going to do Iran war coverage. That's the main topic of tonight. But the real main topic of tonight, the star of tonight, is Kyle Seraphin.
Yes, it is.
He's
yes,
about
he
to
is.
join us. FBI whistleblower, goes on my dad's show all the time. Very gracious with his time. He's going to be joining us tonight and hopefully nights in the future. And we got a lot of questions to ask him, but really want to know what he thinks about what's going on in the Middle East.
100%. You know, honestly, I met him just a moment ago. Yeah. Super cool guy.
They were chopping it up, having a good time.
Super cool guy. I already like him. So
a
lot of stuff to cover tonight. We're going to be doing current event of what's happening with the Iran situation. My deep dive, of course, if I wouldn't do
causality,
a deep dive, causality, a little nuances to the Iran conflict, understanding the history. I even went as far as to understand how Iran's government is structured.
Sure.
So I want to understand how those things, and there's a bunch of questions that I wanted answered for myself.
Absolutely.
And I figured other people would want to know too. So,
but we got big explosions. We got crazy Trump statements. We got crazy statements from the UK. We got fighter jets. We got drones. We got missiles. We got it all tonight. It's a complete betrayal. And it's disgusting because, again, I voted for no war.
I voted for no war too.
Specifically, these are issues that pushed me and Tim to go to the ballot box. And now we're sitting here, and there's been a lot of people online defending this, Tim.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. It is crazy. But they're saying that if you don't support their leader, if you don't back the crusade, then you're anti-American. I've seen Levin call people traitors for being sad that Americans have died.
You know, when I did the deep dive, some of my perspective has changed just slightly.
Okay.
I wouldn't say like pro-war, but just understanding some of the power dynamics and why we're even in there in the first place. It's super complicated. It's not very black and white, but the people who just want the war for war's sake, like, screw those people.
I think the nuclear weapon thing is a giant hoax. And
I never
obvious.
Believe half of what you hear and I mean, sorry, believe, what is it? What's the
I don't know. I'm blanking on it too. I can't remember. But here's the deal.
Half of what you hear, 100% of what you see.
Here's the deal. Do you call this a war or do you call it a targeted strike? Because I call it a war because that's what Trump called it. He said there may be American casualties, but that's what happens in a war.
People die.
Yes.
People are dying.
Yes, people are dying as we speak.
That's insane. It's a war. I mean, I don't know how else you can clarify. And it's not even a proxy one at this point. It's direct conflict. And this is bigger. Guys, this is significantly bigger than the last time, the 12-day war, any other conflict that we've gotten into. I mean, when you kill the top supreme leader of a country, let alone that's like killing our president.
Well, they martyred him, and it was a bad call to do that. We'll get into that more. My thinking on it is, here's the thing, and this is what Scott Ritter said. I happen to agree with him. If you want to destroy the man, if you want to get him out of his job, then you don't kill him. You destroy everything around him. You make him look weak. You make him hide in the bunker. You create that image, and then that's how you really get the color revolution and the faction in the country that wants the new regime to come in. That's how you get him activated.
Well, you can do it in countries where the nationalism isn't so strong.
Sure.
Iran's a little bit of a different flavor.
Sure, absolutely.
And I think the United States and Israel have been trying for a very long time.
Hey, you're going to get into that. You're going to get into that tonight. You've got the deep dive on that. So you're going to want to stay tuned for the deep dive. We're going to have Kyle Seraphin on. We're going to do war coverage. I've got like a 7-page Google Doc just filled with links and a ton of stuff I want to show you guys. And then Tim's going to lay down the law with causality and real deep thinking stuff that's happening in the region. It's been happening for a very long time.
100%.
Welcome to the show tonight. If you're not subscribed, why not?
Also, go ahead and repost the stream, guys.
Yes.
Makes a significant impact on our reach.
It's a big deal.
And it actually allows people to come in here, get the same things that you guys are getting. And this isn't a sloppy show. We try to give you guys high value topics, high value guests, everything. And we would really appreciate if you want to support, just repost the stream. Maybe like, maybe comment, but really reposting the stream on X is going to help us significantly.
Yeah, if you're watching on X, formerly Twitter, like the main thing you can do to support us is to share that stream. And here's the thing. We're not asking to give us money. We're not asking for this, that, or other thing. We just want a little bit of help growing the show. So if you want to help us with the show, if you enjoy what we have going on here, and trust me, putting in a lot of work here. I've been live every day for at least 3 hours since this began. Yeah, I've been covering it live, man, because like, how can you not? That's my thinking. Now, of course, I have the studio here. Right? I don't have to come to the studio. I can walk downstairs. But it's everything that we were promised the opposite of. Like, it's the complete opposite result of what I voted for. I don't even know how to react to it. Again, the people defending it online. Here's the thing. You can talk about why it might be in our interest to do something in the region, sure. But that's not what the American people thought that they were voting for. So you can say, oh, it's going and it's going great. We killed the supreme leader, whatever. I voted for no new wars, no regime change wars, as Trump said. So I'm sitting here and I'm like, okay, not only have you destroyed your chances of winning the midterms, but bye-bye JD Vance.
Well, you see, Rex, I deserve the Nobel Peace Prize because I ended 7 wars, but I started a new one. That doesn't count. Don't pay attention.
Yeah, the big one doesn't count. Well, Armenia, Azerbaijan, we fixed that. We fixed that. Here's the thing. He's ended all the wars. There's complete peace on earth. Not even the animals are not killing each other anymore, and it's all thanks to our glorious leader, Donald J. Trump.
What if this is all one big thing to like be like,
you didn't give me the Nobel Peace Prize. This is what happens.
Oh, I think that comes into it.
It's a big tantrum.
I think that's a big factor. He's like, well, I don't care anymore about trying. They said they're not going to give it to me. I might as well just bomb them all. Like, I mean, hey,
the whole world's going down. You're going down with me.
Yeah. You know what? Can we get the Google Doc thing up real quick? I want to show a few things from here. Can we go ahead and roll? Wait, when's Kyle joining us?
Kyle's joining us at 8, so we got 15 minutes. Let's go ahead and roll into this.
Yeah, let's go to page 3. We go to page 3.
We're here.
Okay, page 3. Trump's original promise. What did Trump say about what he was going to do?
Did he do what he said he was going to do? Go ahead and roll this.
I will tell you, you're not going to have a war with me, and you're not going to have a third world war with me. That I can tell you. I will tell you, you're not going to have a war with me, and you're not going to have a third world war with me. That I can tell you.
Pause it.
All right, that's all we need to hear. See, no new war. He promised it. And there are much more eloquent, elaborate ways which he says it, and I have more clips to get into tonight. But I figured we just distill it down into the
core. Caught that man in 4K.
Yeah, no new wars, right? Now, let's go to Trump's newest statement on what's going on. And maybe, people can change and things can moderate maybe or go more extreme. What's happening here? What's happening here? I guess the truth just means nothing anymore.
Oh, 100%.
We're going to show this.
It doesn't mean anything anymore.
For sure. For sure. Well, might makes right. And if you have the biggest gun, the biggest weapon, then you write this.
Well, you see, you didn't give me the Nobel Peace Prize, so.
Exactly.
Consequences.
Exactly. Can we go to Trump's newest statement? Beautiful.
36 hours. The United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it. We have hit hundreds of targets in Iran, including Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now it was announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building, all in a matter of literally minutes. Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man had
Ayatollah.
He's been awake for far too long. He's
mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Ayatollah mayonnaise.
Get him some amphetamines. Man, if Joe Biden was up there, they would have given him amphetamines.
I wish we had the clip of him like speaking Hindi at the did you ever see that? He butchered that so bad.
I like when Modi came and kind of made Netanyahu, he aura-farmed on Netanyahu. That was pretty fun to watch. But let's go back to
keep going.
The blood of hundreds and even thousands of Americans on his hands and was responsible for the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many countries. Last night, all over Iran, the voices of the Iranian people could be heard cheering and celebrating in the streets when his death was announced. The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands. Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have very strong objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there. Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation.
Ultimate sacrifice. No, their sacrifice.
That's right.
They died.
That's right.
You sent them there.
That's right. But it's brave for him to send them, and he's got the hard job, and he's the dear leader. And he's going to go on to say we should expect more as well.
Well, you see, it's not his family. So,
that's a good way to put it. Yeah, send Barron. Why isn't Barron out there,
Ooh. Keep going.
Even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives, we pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more.
Pause it.
Before it ends, that's the way it is.
It's the way it is. It's what happens at war. That's what he said the first night. That was his first statement when he came out and wore the USA hat, the white one. He said, there may be American casualties, but that's what happens at war. And now there have been American casualties. There's going to be more, and it is what it is.
And that's what they're reporting, by the way.
I mean, unbelievable. I just, did you vote for it? Did you vote for it? A lot of people on Twitter apparently say they voted for this.
I'm not going to lie, dude. I tried to downplay this in my mind before leading up to this, but as it's starting to happen, you're just starting to understand the gravity of the situation. You can cut back to us for just a moment.
Yeah.
I have a friend that literally, me and my boy tried to talk him out of going, but essentially he is now stationed in Kuwait at the exact base that is getting bombed at this moment. I don't have any ability to communicate with him. They probably don't even have access to phones. They can't do any of those things.
Right.
And it just makes me understand now that it's someone that's within my immediate circle. I literally hung out with this dude 3 weeks ago before he actually left.
Right.
His girlfriend's sitting there crying and sobbing. And it's a very serious thing. Now, God forbid anything happens. He thinks he's going out there for 9 months. My best friend told him, he said, if you go out there, understand that 9 months might actually be longer.
Absolutely. And that ties into a point that I want to make. Everyone's saying that it's already over. This is just getting started.
Just getting started.
We're going to go into a lot of those factors tonight. I know you are, because you probably have wider view in relationships with Iran and other nations that you want to discuss tonight.
It's all going to be Iran, Gulf states,
right?
United States. We're going to keep it all around that.
And the interesting point to make, the Gulf states are being pummeled right now. Iran is hitting all of the American bases in the region, and Dubai is burning.
I never saw that coming. I thought they were just going to go after air bases and U.S. assets, bombing and hitting a drone into a hotel where people are.
I got that.
I would have never imagined that happening in a million years. Dubai is one of those places where everybody just kind of goes there. You're rich, you got money, you go there for vacation, you have fun.
Yeah.
You don't think about missiles landing in that area because they're not out there. They're like Switzerland.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. It is that they're like Switzerland. The thing is, these Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, UAE, places like this, they move very slowly. They live in the negotiation room. They're very shrewd, and they don't like drastic change. And Iran is like, hey, if you're not going to support us, if you're not going to back our sovereignty, we're going to hit you where it hurts. So you have these American military bases. Huh? You think it's cool to have them? We're going to make your cities burn down.
And I don't think they even care. When you back we'll call it a wild animal, but I'm not saying the people of Iran are wild animals, but you call it like it is. When you back an animal into a corner, they're going to fight for their lives.
I don't even think that's a rude descriptor of what's happening. I think that's like, they're literally, it's a cornered animal.
No, it is a cornered animal. And the thing is you look at it, they have nothing left to lose right now.
All right.
They just had their entire Supreme Leader. I'm going to explain this later in the deep dive, but the Supreme Leader is like second to God for these people. That's like,
it's their Pope.
That's like killing Jesus.
It's like, it's like killing the Pope, but still. It's like killing the Pope. It's like killing the Pope.
Right.
But
that's a better analogy.
Half of the entire Muslim world reveres this man.
100%.
And there's something in Islam called the Ummah, which is like the culmination of all the Islamic peoples and nations that believe in whatever. And he's a large part of that.
100%.
So it's the fallout from it. And here's the thing. I guess America actually does have the capability to just kill whoever we want.
Yeah.
Like we can do that. But that's not running a government. That's not completely dismantling a military. That is like kicking a hornet's nest at this point.
It is.
And you can do it to a weaker nation like Venezuela, but because of Iran's location, because they're so far away, and because of their heavy ballistic missile capabilities, even though we're superior to them in capability, far superior, they are a near peer and they can't hurt us in the region, especially our bases, especially Israel. And that's our stated interest.
Yeah. No, so
to defend Israel.
Oh, yeah. Well, and the thing is the Gulf countries knew what they signed up for.
Sure.
You know, they're not necessarily the biggest fans of Iran themselves, but like, just imagine being one of those countries and not really having a say on what goes on, and that people just decide, well, you know, tonight will be the night.
Well, there were reports of MBS being on the phone with Trump, encouraging the strikes while, you know, to save face, saying that he didn't want it to happen.
Actually, that's in my deep dive.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to cover
a little Easter egg teaser. Fuck that up.
Not that part, but the interest of people like Saudi Arabia and understanding the connection there.
Sure. Let me go a little bit further, not to spoil deep dive or anything. This will probably be in there, but it's a minor point of interest, but it is interesting. The whole scrap with the Houthis, when the Houthis shut down the Red Sea, who were the Houthis at war with? Saudi Arabia. So we're going to cover it all tonight. Deep, multi-level, multifaceted analysis. About to be joined by Kyle Seraphin.
Kyle will be on. He said he's going to be on 8 o'clock sharp. So we got 5 minutes before he comes on. But this is going to be a phenomenal interview. You know, selfishly, I'm very curious about his past. I know a lot of people have probably watched him on InfoWars. Sure. There are people that have, you know, seen him regularly on your dad's segment, those types of things. But there's also a lot of people who probably don't know a lot about him, just like myself. So I really want to ask him those questions about him being an FBI whistleblower. I want to understand the nuances. And then, you know, I think we'll go into the Iran conflict and those types of things.
We got it all tonight. We got no time limit tonight.
It's gonna be a long stream, guys.
Tonight. Yeah, thank you for being here, guys.
So, you know, I'm looking at,
if we get into the sheet, we're gonna get into it all.
I know
that's the problem.
There's so much.
Well, you know what? Let's go to that burning oil tanker. That's quite the visual to show people. That's kind of, you know. That's kind of a one-off. Oil tanker burns.
Oh, I see it
with
right
the
here.
war tag.
Yeah. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, we'll go to that. And just here's the thing. When we talk about this being a wider conflict, the Strait of Hormuz is shut down.
Yeah. And it's not, so Iran has not directly threatened it, but they kind of have, right? And in Yemen at the same time. It's interesting because now all of the all of the trade routes have now stopped because they don't even want the risk of having their vessel taken over. And guys, this is going to affect you and I back at home.
Sure.
100%. This is trade route. You're going to see gas prices going up. I'm very curious what's going to happen next. Go ahead and play this clip here.
Now, is this on your bingo card?
2% inside have.
Pause it. So we all got what we voted for. Amazing. 8 more years, 16 more years. Make Trump immortal like a person in Futurama. Put his head in a jar and have him run the country. Incredible.
Cut back to us real quick. Now, I'm thinking about my statement about the gas prices. I think the reason why we started drilling a bunch was to counteract this. I think even the Venezuela thing was because we knew we were going to do this. We
needed the heavy oil before
Holy crap.
Yeah.
We were playing trying to play a chess game
the world. Let me give another example. Right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why did we back Ukraine so hard? Why did we make that Russia war turn so ugly? Right? Why did we do it? Why were we in the EU interested in that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a country called Syria. There's this guy called Assad.
Yep.
And Russia backed Assad, and Russia really liked Assad, and Russia wanted him to stay in there. But Russia didn't have the troops or the munitions or the military hardware to send to Assad.
Right.
And boom, color revolution. We put the former head of Al-Qaeda, Giuliani, now al-Shara, in charge. He comes to the White House, shakes Trump's hand.
New year, new man, right?
So you look at the government. We criticize the government a lot. We're like, they're incompetent, whatever. They're really evil. And every government's evil, to be fair. That's why the show's gray area. Not saying anybody's a hero or anything like that. We don't subscribe to those narratives. But, I mean, it's just like, man, it reminds me of that clip of Trump saying, you think we're so innocent? Like, that's who we are.
Yeah. In plain sight. It's in plain sight. And to go back to my earlier point, like, I really just had to sit down and think about it. Like, sure. Why did we start drilling so much more? Why did we go ahead and just start taking Venezuela's oil? I mean, things seem like they're accidents, but you can draw a clear correlation. If we know that there's not going to be any conflict on this side of the world, oil is really the only thing that we care about in that region for the most part.
Sure.
And gas prices, right? So now that we have an ability to kind of hedge against that, where's the line draw? How far are we willing to go and not care about the rest of the world who will actually be impacted by this?
You know what the line is like? It's like that's what the line looks like. The line is like Trump drunk doing a squiggly. And he's like, well, we can do it here, but we can't do it here. And they can't do it there for us.
Wow. Somebody said Samantha here.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, it was
40 cents at the station last night.
It was $3.75 when I filled up my truck today.
No way.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the impact is already being felt. Yep. I mean, gas and oil prices are like that.
Think about California. Think about what they're having to deal with right now.
Hell no.
Right?
We're about to get COVID gas prices, guys. Are you ready?
Yes.
You ready for those like $6 a gallon gas? You know?
The return of the king.
What was gas like during that time period? What's the highest you guys went?
It didn't get that high here. It was like $4.50, something like that.
We were at like $5.30. California was at like almost $8.
Yeah, absolutely
unsustainable.
Insane. We're about to be joined by Kyle Seraphin. We're going to read a nice intro for him. We're going to get right into the show. Going to be very fun. I'm super excited to have him on.
Very excited. And
we love our Somalis. We love our Muslims too.
We love them all, the people.
Well, it's a InfoWars song. We love our Somalis. We love our Muslims. Oh, they so good. Oh, they so sweet. That's Alex Jones' an indie folk song. Has like 33 million views on YouTube.
Now,
absolute classic.
Now, before we get into Kyle, I'm sure there's a lot of people who are new to our show. We are very different than your father's show. We are built our own brand.
I'm about to say no, but that's fair. It's a different environment. It's more relaxed environment. It's the gray area.
Ooh, Kyle is in the house.
He's in the studio.
Okay, let's go ahead and connect Kyle over here.
Can we throw his descriptor up real quick?
Yes, sir. Give us a second, Kyle. We're just going to read a little intro,
Yes. Our next guest is Kyle Seraphin, a former FBI special agent and U.S. Air Force veteran who served in counterintelligence and surveillance roles within the Bureau. As a federal whistleblower, he publicly raised concerns about internal practices at the FBI, including issues related to investigative priorities and institutional accountability, which led to his indefinite suspension. He is a member of the group known as the Suspendables, former agents who have testified before Congress on matters of FBI operations and civil liberties. Today, Kyle hosts the Kyle Seraphin Show, a daily program available on Rumble, X, and other platforms where he provides analysis on national security, law enforcement, politics, and current events. He is also a husband and father, really one at life there, and has been cited in discussions with FBI Director Kash Patel regarding Bureau reforms. We welcome Kyle to the program. Kyle, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, that might be one of the better intros I've ever had. It was accurate, and there was no false information, and it was comprehensive. So well done.
We like to do that. We like to do that here. Yeah, no fake news.
Not even a little bit.
Yeah. So Kyle, how are you doing today? I know there's a lot happening. We want to talk about multiple things tonight. We want to talk about your own personal experience, the things that we talked about with the FBI, whistleblowing, those types of things, and then we want to get into the Iran conflict and get your thoughts on those things. But before we get there, just tell us a little bit about yourself, because for me, I'm new to who you are, and I'm sure there's a lot of people out here that are also
people in the audience.
Sure. All right. So for starters, I'm 44, so that gives a lens on the time frame that I grew up. I graduated high school in the year 2000, so I was a 80s and a 90s kid. I grew up in a family where my dad ran radio stations, and I don't always bring that up, but I had a really keen awareness of news from a very young age because my dad ran the biggest news station in California, KCBS, which is the flagship for CBS Radio in San Francisco. So he was the news director the year that I was born. And interestingly enough, I've kind of had this really strange life where I've gone places and then I've gone back to places and touched the same base. And so my second job out of college was working at the radio station that my dad was running the year I was born. And people that he hired knew me from the time I was a baby. So anyways, I've had some kind of like, I've had a high awareness of current events and these kind of things. I've been around microphones for a long time. I never wanted it. I never aspired to be a podcast guy. I never aspired to have a social media presence. I'm kind of like the exact opposite. I wanted to go and bring bad feelings to people who needed to be ended. And so, I joined the military when I was 27. I was looking around. I was working for Warner Brothers at a movie studio, and I was doing finance. And it was a really good gig. It was super easy, and it was fun, and there were pretty girls, and my life was pretty good living in Burbank. And I was like, this is pretty cool. What am I doing? Why am I on this planet? I'm not creating anything. I'm not destroying anything. I'm not leaving any indelible marks. So I got a motorcycle and I make a good paycheck and I get to be able to like afford to take my friends who are, broke actors and writers out for drinks. But that's not really what I feel like we're called to do in this planet. So I enlisted at 27. I went into an Air Force program. I actually ended up in 2 different Air Force programs, and I did a bunch of hard training, and I planned on going to war, and I didn't go to war, which was kind of a disappointment. But I did meet my wife when I was right out of basic training. And so we waited, and I actually waited until I got out of the Air Force to be able to get married because I was really worried about, like, I didn't want to leave a widow. I didn't want to leave a woman who, bit off more than she could chew and realize I come back and I'm not the same guy, or I don't have all of my parts, or something is not working. And, so anyway, it was like a very conscientious decision, but 31, got out, got married, ended up joining the FBI after working in Austin as a paramedic and kind of running around trying to figure out what we were going to do there. And then I worked for the Bureau for 6 years. And I'll just tell you guys, people have this expectation of what it is, and we'll probably talk about it, but the FBI is not what people think it is. And their expectation of what it is why we have so many problems, I think, because people think it's this movie, law enforcement going after bad guys, and it's really a different animal. It's really an intelligence agency. And I was like last week old to find out that the FBI actually has a third part that I didn't realize. There's sort of like the main part of the FBI that does law enforcement, people recognize. There's this sort of shadowy part that people know exists if they're paying attention. It's the intel agency. And then there's this like undisclosed thing that's going on in the background that probably some people have been aware of, but they really couldn't prove it until very recently. And outside of some real tight-kept intelligence circles, they didn't even know. So I found out that there's almost like this third animal that's living back there. It's deputy director priorities. It's this shadowy thing. And gents, one of the things I used to always tell people was like, the deep state is not a bunch of like sexy, cool things where people are doing like shady stuff. It's just like a bunch of dudes that are trying to get their pension, and they're working in, crappy 80s carpet, and they've got leaks on the ceiling tiles, and there's a desk that's got a burn on it from some coffee pot put there in the 80s or whatever. And, they're just people that are doing what's best for them. It just turns out it's best for their agency, and that's how they retire. And I think there might actually be something that's actually more nefarious. I grew up in an era when the X-Files was big. And so the joke was kind of like, who's the cigarette smoking man? Where's the dark room where the guys are plotting the demise of all like American freedoms? And I used to think that was stupid and kind of theatrical. And there may be something more akin to that than not, based on what we learned in the last week or so. And it's not really hitting the news in any meaningful way. So I'll bring attention to it wherever I can. And it doesn't matter what the audience size is. People walk away knowing more because there's evidence that there's some of that going on.
A lot to unpack there.
Yeah. Well,
No, this is perfect.
You're all good. So the thing that's crazy, and the thing that I really agree with what you just said there, both our domestic and foreign policy just makes absolutely zero sense. There's no rhyme or reason to any of it on the surface. Number one, it's the opposite of what we vote for every single time, whether that's Democrat or Republican. Number two, now they think that they can just inform us on the decisions they've made to rule our lives. So where does the calculus come in there? Who do you think actually runs these operations? Who actually runs our government and our country?
I don't actually know. And I've never really known. This is the ongoing question that I think people that are doing commentary, or it doesn't matter what your level of exposure. Look, I was a brick agent in the FBI, so that means I had some exposure to what kind of, front end operations are. I sat and they said, this guy might be a terrorist, so go and investigate him. So I would sit there in a car and pee in a bottle and talk on a radio and take pictures, or stalk him into the desert where he's doing drills to do things that look dangerous. And you go, okay, fine. So we're building this case, I worked on an Indian reservation. My goal was to get as far away from anything politically hot or interesting in Washington, D.C., because I spent 5 years in the D.C. area, and I was like, get me to somewhere else. I want to go to Montana or New Mexico or wherever nobody cares that I am. That's where I want to be. That was always kind of my goal. And, the question is when we're having these conversations, because, it doesn't matter if somebody is a federal agent. It doesn't matter if somebody is working as a case officer in the CIA or they're working in the State Department. Like, we all have these conversations with our friends and neighbors, and we always use this term, they. This is what they did to us, right? But nobody knows who the they is. It's just they, and I don't know either. And this is the problem, is that some people align at different answers. They come up with it. Oh, they think it's some religious group, or they think it's some foreign country. And I think that there must be a group of people that seem like it's totally okay to rule over the ashes. And I think this has always been the case. There's always been people. The goal of being part of they, I think Tucker Carlson alluded to it the other day, sort of a super governmental organization or group of people. They have interests that span the globe. Their interests are their own, and they're not tied to one particular demographic or one particular geological location or geographic location or any particular government. These are people that kind of can move around. And so that was what I think Jeffrey Epstein represented to a lot of people. This is what people saw as like a guy who can move around a bunch of different circles, work with intel agencies that are sometimes friendly and sometimes not. There are people that are access agents. There are people that work and live, lives that are very different than what any of us are living here in the Austin, Texas area. They're not worried about whether it costs $3.75 to fill up their truck with diesel. I promise you that. They're very different than what we're doing. So the question who they is, did you guys ever read Tom Clancy novels?
Sure. Played the games. Was a big Rainbow Six guy.
So Rainbow Six is the one I want to kind of hone in on. He wrote a bunch of really great books, but the craziest thing that I keep learning is that there's something closer to the enterprise that took place in the book Rainbow Six. The book was great if you didn't read it, so give it a look. Okay. But essentially, it was people that had sort of this climate paganism, and they were going to save the world from the world. They were going to make sure that it's almost like a Mother Gaia type of thing, but they wanted to make sure that there was still going to be a planet for them to have. And we saw this during COVID, where the policies didn't reflect anything unless you just didn't want a lot of people to survive stuff. If you wanted people to turn on each other, and you wanted to kind of, the depopulation sort of attitudes. I don't know. The more I watch it, the more like I read these books and I go like, oh crap! Like everybody's trying to make sense of this. They've been trying to do this for eons. How is it that some people are so detached from the regular living? Like, I go out and I kiss my kids to sleep, and I hope that their day is good, and I want good things for my neighbors. And some people are so sociopathic. They don't care about that at all. Like they're operating on a completely different rule book. It doesn't seem to be modern or Western.
Now, no, that makes perfect sense.
Now, I don't even know if it makes sense, because it's like, who the hell is they?
Who is they? But even before we talk about they, I want to take a step back, because you unpacked a lot very early on, especially around the FBI, which you have a lot of information about, as well as how the inner workings. I want you to educate me, because I'm one of those guys who said, well, the FBI seems like this cool agency and they seem like they do some pretty dark stuff, but I'm not really sure what it looks like. Break down for people what the FBI looks like. Like, what was the process for you to get in? If you can talk about
what was the process for you to get out?
What was the there's a bunch of things, but I want to start with the beginning of the origin, because I'm sure you had some preconceived notions before going in, and then it's like, how do you just get a job at the FBI? Like, this isn't just something you can just go off the street and pick up. So
you just won't get a job right away. So the FBI has a famously long hiring process. You go to FBIjobs.gov. I don't even know if that was a thing. It was on USA Jobs, which is the bulk clearinghouse for federal jobs at the time. And so I'd gotten out of the military. I had an uncle who retired from the federal government. He worked for the Office of Personnel Management, and he worked for Customs and Border Patrol before it became before ICE was even created. And so I think he was integral in kind of helping hire for that. And I talked to him. I go, hey, I kind of want to do some cool stuff, and I have these ideas. And he goes, cool. Are you a computer programmer? I said, no. And he said, do you speak another language? I said, no. And he said, are you accountant? And I said, no. And he said, are you an attorney? I go, no. I was like, Uncle John, this is kind of a downer. And he goes, well, if you don't have any military experience, you're not going to get hired by the FBI. You're probably not going to make it to the CIA. You're probably not going to make it into the things that you're thinking might be kind of cool to go do. And, at this time, I'm probably like 26, 27-year-old, kind of red-blooded American, might have been even earlier than that, where I'm just trying to figure out, like, what am I doing in my life, right? Like I said, I was working for Warner Brothers, doing finance, working on the movie lot. That was kind of fun. And so I just put it in an application, or I thought about putting in applications, realized that it wasn't going to actually work. I looked at the job credentials and it was like, yeah, you get points for being a veteran. And so I was like, well, all right, well, military service is also interesting. So how do I get into that? So then I started looking around. And so I ended up enlisting in the Air Force. And I went in and did just shy of 4 years. I actually left a little bit early on my 4th year because got into a disagreement with my command about what it meant to be having a 31-year-old sit around and push a broom and not advancing through any of the stuff. I was waiting on a Halo date and some Army guys stole it from me. So anyhow, I ended up getting out then I'm like, okay, well now I've got this background. I'm a paramedic. I'm an air traffic controller. I've got some skills, but training, but no actual, combat deployments or anything that I wanted to go do. How do I go fight bad guys? Like, how do I go find evil in this world and try to root it out? I thought that was kind of my job as a kind of red-blooded man. And so I applied for the FBI, applied for State Department, CIA, a couple others, kind of just tossed in a bunch of packages, went to work like everybody does. I got some GI Bill education, thought I was going to go be a doctor, actually. That's what I thought. Wow. I was getting a bunch of advanced classes and prereqs knocked out. I had applied for PA school. I was trying to figure out med school or PA school, kind of the fastest route, having friends who are doctors. Because, by the time you're like in your mid-30s or your early 30s, your friends are already doctors if they wanted to be a doctor. Like, they've already got that figured out. And they're like, hey, man, it's like, $250,000 worth of debt. And you could go be like my wife and go be a PA and you could go faster. So we're working that out. And I ended up moving up to Connecticut briefly with my wife and moved my package, which was initially in the Austin area or the San Antonio field office, up to Connecticut. And they gave me a call right away. And I don't think they had a lot of guys that were military veterans and paramedics and whatever. And they go, hey, let's come in for a meet and greet. Let's start talking about it. The woman who was recruiting me didn't realize that paramedics were a recruitable skill in the FBI. When I got there were about 51 special agent paramedics of 14,000 agents. So not a lot of guys had that background or particular skill set. And there's an operational need for it. So that was it. It was like, okay, I got called in. There's an interview. There's this like writing test. There is all like the weirdest interview you've ever heard of. It's a panel interview with 3 people that don't smile or look at you in the face while you're responding to the answers. So they give you a question. They're not allowed to give you any visual feedback to it. So you're just answering, and like you'll say like a pretty good zinger or a joke in there, and you're being personable, and then they just look at you. And
was that the weirdest part of the interview itself?
Oh yeah. It's surreal because it's the opposite of how you would ever interview anybody to try to find out if they'd be a good teammate. There's no vibe to it, and it's intentional like that.
Are they profiling you at the same time?
I don't know what they're doing. I found out afterwards. It's called phase 2 or being on a phase 2 board, and it's just a check mark for some of the worst people to get promoted further up in the organization. They have to go do phase 2 where they help recruit people in. And so their goal is to try to remove the human element from the recruiting process. So it's supposed to be like mechanical and nobody gets like, oh, well, you were friendly. And so therefore you get a leg up. But like, don't you want to hire people that are good teammates that get along with human beings? And what that does, it actually has a downstream problem, because if you just write down the answer to what someone said and you do it as a transcript, and you don't have the interaction of like, oh, that person made really good eye contact, had a good handshake, was able to establish rapport and trust, and was otherwise a likable human being who could elicit information out or could gain the trust of the public, then you end up with weirdos who end up being FBI agents, and they go do weird stuff like knock on a door and then not want to show their credentials, or knock on a door and say things like, your name came across my desk. And then somebody goes, what does that mean? And they go, I don't know. I just say these words, but they don't have any meaning. So then you get these kind of like strange kind of automatons. And I found that a lot of people in the FBI would have been better off if we had recruited outdoor salespeople that knocked on the door and sold Kirby vacuums. You know what I mean? If you had people that did business to business sales that had to knock on a door and like based on the interactions with another human being, they made a living or didn't, you'd get a lot more human beings that were much more savvy. But that's not what you get in the Bureau. And so this is going to actually go to explain what the FBI is. People think it's this law enforcement agency. That's what you see in the movies. Maybe they're doing counterterrorism, but it's all based on like there's a crime, and then they're going to go find the person who did the crime.
Sure.
And that's maybe 40% of the FBI, but probably 55% of it is this intel agency. And so for people's understanding, this is something I'll reach back into my first couple days of doing interviews and explain this. Criminal law enforcement is a linear process. All right. So gents, just picture a line. At some point in time on the timeline, someone commits a crime. And then it's the job of the detectives, if you're doing, state or local, or it's the federal agents, the special agents, to go out there and find out who did it and why, and how can you prove it, and what evidence can we gather, and so on. And then we may do some interviews, and we do some subpoenas, and we'll do some search warrants if we get to, if we get all the good stuff. And then we're going to bring you in, we're going to arrest you, and then we're going to accuse you of it and interrogate you. And then we go to trial, or you plea out. And then the jury kind of has this like bifurcated choice. They can acquit you or they can find you guilty. And then there may be some appeals, but that's it. That's the straight line of you commit a crime, we try to put you in jail, the end. And so that's 40% of the FBI, let's say. And then there's this other big chunk, and it's the intel agency. And if people don't believe the FBI thinks of themselves as an intel agency first, all you got to do is go look at this thing called the DIOG, which is a publicly available document. It's the Domestic Intelligence Operations Guide. It's the Attorney General's rule book for how the FBI does business. And the first thing in there, it says FBI as intelligence agency. And then they break down how and why. And the what.
Yeah. Yeah. My thought on it was always that the FBI was the domestic intelligence service and then the CIA was the foreign. Is there any truth to that?
There is, but it shouldn't be like that because the FBI doesn't really have a true intelligence mission. And the reason why is because we have things like the Bill of Rights, which should be utterly problematic for people who are doing intelligence work. Here's the reason why. And so I explained the linear nature of the criminal work. Let me explain intelligence in a different way. Intelligence is a circle. And so a circle has no beginning and no ending. And that's what intelligence work is about. It's like we can drop in at any point and we just start going around and tracing the loops. And so, I want to talk to Rex. And so I'm going to find out who Rex talks to. And I'm going to have different people that are in your circle. Well, now I can spin off investigations into them. And the difference between a criminal and an intelligence type investigation, in a criminal investigation, there's the allegation or information that a federal crime took place and then someone did it.
They're just doing it.
Somebody did it. But in intelligence, what we just say is we're looking for information about a threat. And that's very nebulous.
It's all proactive. It's not necessarily that there was something that happened, right?
That's right. Exactly.
What's the difference between that and Homeland Security then?
It's the same, except Homeland Security doesn't have a DIOG. So I would say that Homeland Security, DHS, and sort of the entities underneath it, so your HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, and others, they don't use them as wildly as they could, but they don't even have the guardrails that the FBI has. And the problem with a threat like that, and here's why it can't be in an intelligence agency and a law enforcement agency. This is my argument. This is what I made to Kash Patel. I thought he understood it. He said he did. He said the same things to Glenn Beck, some others. Like he made these arguments. Sean Ryan, he was saying the same thing on the Sean Ryan show. The argument is, if I am in the business of getting information, which is what the CIA does, it's what the NSA does, it's what the DIA does, and other other entities that are out there, National Geospatial and so on. If your job is information for its own sake, then there doesn't have to be an outcome. So that's fine. If you're a non-outcome based thing, now you may be able to brief that information to a kinetic arm. So CIA has they have the what do they call it? Oh man, the ground branch and the maritime branch here, right? So they have the capabilities of doing paramilitary operations, but those are kinetic operations pushing overseas where they don't have constitutional rights. When you start playing that game here, right? If you start playing that game in the United States, and the entirety of what I'm doing is trying to get to the outcome, well, the FBI's best outcome is arrests, prosecutions, and jail time. So this is where we necessarily get sort of this tyrannical agency, because all of this is post 9/11. Like the FBI always had problems. You can go back to before it even called itself the FBI. Like, first of all, the FBI lies about its birthday. That seems like a problem. The FBI claims it was founded in 1908, but it wasn't. There was this thing called the Bureau of Investigation. It was unarmed. It didn't actually represent anything like what we see today's FBI like. And the modern FBI was born in 1935 when Congress created the FBI. So calling the 1908 as the birthday is pretty weird. And even during that time, before it became the FBI, it was still doing things that were considered utterly unconstitutional. People can go read about the Palmer raids. There were, there were people that were doing investigations over ideology and political thoughts that were not fashionable, but still legal. Like they would go after communists, generally speaking. But you're allowed to be a communist in America. You're allowed to be an a-hole, it turns out. You're allowed to do all kinds of things in America, even if we don't generally like it. So having a governmental entity apply like really strong force and investigative capabilities to it is troubling. And they did the same thing going through the Red Scare. They did the same thing going through the civil rights movement. They went after a bunch of people in the civil rights movement. They went after people during the PatCon. So in the 90s, there was a lot of targeting of people. It didn't matter. So anybody who thinks it's like, oh, it's all about going after people on the left or going after people on the right, historically, more people on the left were targeted by the FBI, historically, right? And so if you asked liberals in the early 2000s, is the FBI your friend? The answer would have been no. And if you'd asked people on the political right, generally speaking, the answer would have been yes. And people acted like we somehow magically got to this place on January 6th where the FBI was going after J6ers who showed up for Donald Trump. And they're like, where did this come from? Well, it came from the agency serving its own best interest. And that started in a post 9/11, probably September 12th of 2001. The FBI, like all the other pieces of the national security apparatus, they adopted this new definition of national security. And it wasn't that we're going to protect the Constitution, we're going to make sure the homeland still functions underneath this governing document. It was no American gets to die from terrorists on U.S. soil.
And I see that so often. You see it not just in the FBI, but you just see how it happens in companies, corporations. Some event happens, there's a reaction to that situation. Rules are created in that situation to address whatever happened. And then the rules just continue to go on. And then there's so much distance between when that crisis happened and when the rules are made versus all the people who have now come in maybe 20 years down the line. And then you ask, why are we doing this? Why are we
they don't even
have
know
these rules?
Yeah.
And the people who are there don't even know, because more often than not, there's already been a churn out of the people who were there originally for those decisions.
That's right.
And then everybody keeps adding a new layer on top of another layer of new rules based off of something that didn't exist to begin with, off of one crisis.
So I always tell people that the way the military looks at things, and I had some really good training while I was at the Bureau. And one of them was we brought in a group called DECO, which are a bunch of former Delta operators. And they were guys that were like on the ground in Mogadishu, and they're freaking legends. And what Delta Force does, or CAG, or whatever they go by as far as names, it changes. But what that tier 1 unit does better than anybody else is they assess their mission capabilities, and then they hone in on what is required to accomplish them and whether or not they have the skills or the material and the capabilities to actually apply to the problem. And so they always talk about it, this is a military term, task and purpose. So the task is, what do we need to do and how do we, what do we need to accomplish? And the purpose is the why. And what you're describing is a divorcing. A lot of government is divorced. They've lost, they know what the task is, but the task keeps feeding more and more tasks to accomplish the task more fully, but they've completely forgotten the purpose.
Yes.
And so we have a government that is devoid of the why. And it doesn't even ask that question anymore. It doesn't look to say, when I show up at work, how am I serving the American people? That's not what's being asked. It's like, well, our mission of this agency is to do the following. And nobody's going like, hey, man, is this even serving any, is it even helping Americans? I'll give you a quick little like timeline from 9/11, how the Bureau got sideways. And it's true for other agencies, but my knowledge is tight on this one. We looked for a thing called international terrorism, starting like right after 9/11. And international terrorism is very easily defined as people who are overseas with ideologies that are based overseas. So I just want to give people that's what we call IT. And so they looked for all the IT that was available, but it turns out the U.S. military was like breaking things over in Iraq and Afghanistan and, the Philippines and other places. So they were tying up a lot of the IT. And so they ran out of that relatively quickly. Within about 4 years, 5 years, they had to move on to something else. And that something else was called HVE, or homegrown violent extremists. And that's really easily done as people who are legally in the United States, like they're immigrants, or they are first generation and second generation. A lot of times, like they've become like kind of reverse radicalized by being here. And then they feel like they've been, maybe they feel like they've been discriminated against, or their community's not treated well, or they see some sort of like ideological version of what's going on. And they represent themselves with a homeland because they're isolated. So HVEs are domestic people with foreign ideology. Right. So that's the differentiation. And when we started looking for people that were inside the United States as terrorists and using the tools like FISA and some of the other sort of capabilities, national security letters and whatnot, targeting Americans, both American citizens or what are called LPRs, legal permanent residents, you're like looking for people inside these communities. They ran out of them too, because it turns out like America doesn't have that many of them. And so it's hard to do that. And if you are being judged and your budget is 100% decided on how many of these cases are you going to have, the FBI is the opposite of most local law enforcement. Imagine if you had a local sheriff who came in and he was like, I need you guys to approve like a little bit more money. We have knocked down crime 25%. And I want to continue to add deputies to our patrols. We're going to have community outreach. We're going to have a school resource officer. Like, we need more money in budget because we are winning here and we are making this the safest community in America. And people go, awesome. Yeah, like really like my sheriff. Let's do that. The FBI is like, oh my God, we had 215 terrorist investigations in Houston, Texas last year. And this year we predict 300. Their goal is to grow the threat. And that grows the budget. And so again, task and purpose being divorced, the FBI is counterintuitively incentivized to get more and more money in budget and to find more and more problems. But they're also lazy because they're the federal government. So it's not like they're doing like the best work that's ever been done. So it's much easier to set people up with this stuff, which is why you end up with like basically the equivalent of entrapment.
Is there a financial incentive that's tied to as the budget increases as well as
get that money?
Yeah, like are there bonuses each year that you catch more quote unquote bad guys?
Tim, that is a really, really astute question because of course there is, and most people would be shocked to hear it. So the way that the FBI is organized, there's a headquarters building. I actually have a picture of it on my screen right now because there's an article that's on my screen. I'm like looking at the Hoover building. I'm like, ugh. There's a headquarters structure, and then there's like 56 field offices. And each one of those field offices has a person called the special agent in charge, which is a senior executive service role. They're off the GS pay scale, and they become a bonus-based, they have a certain amount of money they make, and then they get a tiered bonus. And the bonus works if they hit all the metrics. Imagine this like traffic cop getting all of his speeding tickets in. Mm-hmm. But we're talking about now like the mayor or the police chief in this case. If all the officers go green and get all the speeding tickets they're supposed to give out. So that's going to be your counterterrorism guys, your counterintelligence guys, your white collar crimes, your drugs and gang squads, and so on and so forth. And they get all kinds of weird incentives. So it's like, did every single squad supervisor take all of their agents to 3 diversity events? Wow. That's one of the check marks.
These policies.
Wow.
They do.
Marker.
So this is how it gets really weird. So check this out. This is when the task and the purpose are divorced. So the way that this happened is sometime in the mid 2000s. So it may have been like 2000, somewhere between 2008, like 2014. There is an answer to this. I just don't remember it. This consulting firm called McKinsey came in, and they're a major consulting firm, and they do big dollar work, and they come up with all kinds of like really great ideas, I'm sure, for corporations, but also really bad ideas for government. And what they wanted to do was do measurable corporate C-suite like outcomes with financial incentives for government employees, which is like the worst idea you come up with. And the way that it works is that every FBI field office, and so think of the field office as being run by this special agent in charge, this senior SES, and that person, has all these underlings, but all the underlings are working to make this SAC, to get the bonus, because when they get promoted, they're going to take the people up with them that were in their chain of command. What they do is they negotiate with headquarters about what the metrics need to be for them to be able to hit. And so they go, last year you had 215 terrorism investigations for jihadis. This year we think you might have 265. And then he goes, we're looking at the package here and what we've seen in our chatter, and I think we can probably only get like 235. And they go, okay, we're going to hold you accountable for 238. And then they go, okay, got it. Okay, yeah, we need 238 new counterterrorism cases. So they'll do that. And then they'll hold them accountable for all these other different things too. One of the things they get rated on is how fast do they respond, do certain people like me respond to an email that comes in about what's called a threat to life. So if a crazy person picks up the phone, calls 1-800-FBI-TIPS, and says, somebody is coming to kill fill in the blank person. Okay, whoever it is. And then the operator there takes it in and goes like, oh, okay. And like, what's your source of information? And be like, the man in the moon talks to me every single night and he whispers sweet little threats to me and I know who it is. And the person goes, okay. So they write this up. Crazy person, man in the moon, threat to life. send it down to the squad that handles the threat to life. And then it goes to me where I'm working in my little remote agency. I'm, in a satellite office. So I get the email. It's like Saturday. If I don't answer that in like 24 hours and reach out to that person or interview that person or call them up and have some sort of positive movement on that, then there's like, it goes from green to yellow. And then after a couple more days, it goes from yellow to red. So you've got people that are running around trying to talk to wackos and crazy people that are trying to do real serious work because somebody wants to keep their metric clean on the threat to life. And almost all of these are garbage. And by the way, whenever you find out like this person was known to the FBI and they were, they were previously whatever investigated, almost all the crazy people that eventually do something crazy, they've been reported during one of these times, but you just can't have indefinite, investigations into weirdos.
Yeah, so that sounds like a witch hunt mixed with customer service. That's crazy.
It's the worst. Yeah. I mean, I used to work for Dell. So, I used to work in Round Rock, right? Where you guys are like out of. And so like I was at Dell and I would get the same kind of angry people calling in and I'd have to be nice to mean people who'd be really pissed off that they bought a printer, but the printer didn't have infinite ink with it. And you're like, okay, man. So then you're talking to people that sometimes are just unhinged. So they're doing customer service. The problem is that's how January 6th got kicked off. Hundreds and thousands of people. I think at one point in time, we had over 500,000 outstanding leads.
No way.
Like 500,000 people called from around the country and also around the world. And they made allegations. Like, I saw this person's picture and it looks just like this guy on Facebook. And he says he likes Ronald Reagan. So you guys should go kick down his door. And the problem is a lot of FBI agents read that and went like, oh, okay, I better go knock on that guy's door and find out what his deal is. And maybe that guy didn't go to January 6th, but he knew somebody who did. And it led to somebody going to prison over it. Meanwhile, if you give me that lead and I read it and it's like some wacko who has no allegation or information that a federal crime took place, my answer is that like without an allegation that this person did something illegal, then what we're talking about here is a First Amendment protected activity. And making the allegation that somebody attended a political rally is a First Amendment protected activity. So this is what happens when you get people that have sort of left the why, they've left the purpose, and they're just focused in on the task, like go and do these interviews. And again, a lot of this stuff is just sort of like it's an outgrowth from that 9/11 mentality where they were looking for IT, they started looking for HVEs, and then once you're looking inside your house, you might as well find the other thing, which is the thing most people are familiar with now, domestic violent extremists. And that's all of us that might have a sort of a slightly different opinion than what our government wants to put out.
Yeah. Yeah, they're coming after people for the school boards.
Now,
so that was my first whistleblower disclosure. You guys may not know that, but you know about that because I did. I put that forward, and I proved that the FBI counterterrorism resources were being used to it.
You're going right into what I wanted to start talking about, whistleblowing itself, because now you've kind of painted the picture. Had no clue. This
now
is how
we know
it works.
Everything.
I see this because I'm an engineer and I work within companies. I also do project management, also engineering at the same time. So it's like, it's so weird to see the correlation with how some of these massive companies work and how efficient the processes are as well as the people. And it does that exact same thing.
Business.
I was under the impression that the United States had more of its, shit together. And I
don't think anybody should think that. Most of the federal government employees are part of the federal jobs program. I mean, they get hired, but they don't necessarily have. We had this famously frustrating thing in my field office in Washington, D.C. I called it the nail room. There were 3 ladies working there, and they were supposed to be mailing packages and receiving things and sending evidence around the country and stuff like that. We FedEx all the time, or we're sending inter-office mail of equipment and things like that. And you'd walk in there, and they were always just painting their nails. These 3 ladies, and they're just like, they're absolutely useless. And if you asked them where, like,
dollars at work,
our tax dollars at work, you are 100%.
And they all made like between $50,000 and $75,000 a year, and they'd been working there for 25 years, and they'd worked there for another 15 years. They retired with 38 years on the books, and the thing that they added to value was nothing. They were just in the way. So there's a lot of that, and it's it's kind of scary, but it also, anybody who's ever worked with any government, like you've been into a DMV, just imagine it at a bigger scale. And the further the government is away from you, the less accountable it is from you, because you're not going to run into people that run the FBI at HEB when you go grocery shopping, but you might run into the mayor of Leander, or you might run into the mayor of, my little town. If you're in Liberty Hill, you could go out there and find somebody who's sitting on the city council, and you're like, well, look at him. You're like, hey, a-hole, like, I know what you did. I saw what you voted. We need a stop sign over here. Like that kind of thing.
They're totally unaccountable, right? And that's the thing. We were talking about who the they is. Who is they? What is this concept of they? I think a good place to start would be the permanent bureaucracy, right? Because it doesn't matter who gets elected. What really matters is who gets appointed. So who are those like middle management folks? Our government, the president seems like middle management, but in these intelligence agencies, who are the middle management people that you think actually run this system?
Well, I mean, it's really clear. So we have a GS scale. So it goes from it goes from 1 to 15. 15 are your senior GS managers. GS is general schedule. It just means what you get paid. And then they have what's called SES, or senior executive service. And I would argue that the lower SES and the upper GS scale, so GS 14s and 15s, depending on the agency. And then that SES, they actually have it backwards. So the SES 5, I think, is the lowest. SES 4 is the next. And then like a Kash Patel or a Tulsi Gabbard would be like an SES 1.
No.
Was that? Yeah, Bongino was an SES 2, I think. So the way that those things end up being is like, yeah, you're probably your SES 3, 4, and 5, and then your upper GS people. Those are the people that are running it. And it's kind of interesting because Tim mentioned kind of the way that, after a period of time, the system gets away from itself and it's serving a purpose, but doesn't even know why it's doing these things in the first place. Let me hone in on that, because after 9/11, particularly in the federal law enforcement range, they started recruiting more intel people. And anybody who knows what intel looks like, so if you have an engineering background, there are different types of fields in different types of degrees. And engineers tend to be pretty like either apolitical or a little bit more right-leaning because they're more logical thinking. I spent 2 years in engineering school. Not always the most fun people to go kick it with, but, good thinkers, problem solvers, systematic approach, like that kind of thing. And so right-wing mentality makes sense to them, given, they'd rather be fiscally conservative because they'd rather keep their own stuff.
Rugged individual. Yeah.
Then you got the other side, and the people that are doing geopolitical analysis, people that are doing complex national security type degrees, people that are becoming attorneys. The longer you spend in school, the longer they have to sort of indoctrinate sort of a leftist ideology, and there's a 95% slant in the academic population. So we're going to see the longer you spend in school, if you have a master's degree or a PhD, you're very likely to have a lot more exposure to left-leaning ideology. And so the people that they recruited at the FBI, the CIA, the State Department, Homeland, and others, a lot of these people, especially the people that came into kind of the kinetic jobs, those more desirable law enforcement and analytical roles, they're left-leaning. And they have been, and they've become recruited more and more. Even the people that, may come out of a military background. If people have ever met somebody who's been in the military that does a rotation out of headquarters as an officer, they go in as like a major or like a lieutenant colonel who is like your guy. And then they end up in the Pentagon and they get their, they get their full bird and they come back and like, you don't recognize them and they say weird things. It sounds like a robot program them. And you're like, what in the hell happens at the DOD when you get up to the Pentagon? And just being in that orbit, Washington, D.C. in and of itself is just a weird animal. It's a vortex between power and money and very, very left-leaning, because every single thing there depends on government. And so that's a left-leaning sort of idea. So anyway, that's how the capture, I think, happens. And I think it's just, it's not evil and it's not nefarious. It's just, some guy who used to work for the FBI and used to have a podcast and now has a podcast, used to say personnel or policy. Apparently he forgot that when he got there, but I actually have a 4-minute plan to be able to fix the entirety of the FBI. And we gave it to Kash Patel, and apparently they don't want to do it, but I could explain it to you guys and you would be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Like it's actually not even that hard. That's the craziest part about this. You could solve it. You just have to actually be willing, and they don't seem to be willing.
So now in your own personal experience, because I think within your whistleblowing, you did point to certain things about senior management, but walk me through like what caused you to speak out, what was happening that made you like, just explain the situation. Cause even I don't fully understand what was said and what they ended up doing and coming after you for it. So walk us through the whole whistleblowing incident and what the details surrounding that.
It's relatively straightforward. I was probably disappointed in the FBI within the first couple hours of being at Quantico. Like I got there and it was not hardcore. It wasn't elite. I mean, it's like 75th percentile and up type people. So you get some really capable and, but you also get some just kind of rule following people that are just above average intelligence, but they're not crushing everything. So, within my first year, I was still technically on probation at the time. They being my supervisor and her boss and the Washington field office, counterintelligence office, was having me look into Chinese FISA. That's pretty much what I did. I don't speak Chinese. I don't have any background in Chinese culture. I had a background as being a guy who like put my hands in people who were bleeding to death. I was a paramedic, and it's like, I don't know what I'm doing here, but I don't much care about China, and I don't know anything about it. And it was like, at least we should have a Chinese linguist on the squad, right?
Nope.
No, we did not. And so they gave me access to working, intelligence operatives who were not domestic. They weren't in the United States, and they were not going after things that were classified. So the things they were looking for didn't constitute a federal crime. So I'm doing a non-criminal, non-US based sort of like observation operation. And the scary thing for me about doing that is that I ended up with a bunch of what's called FISA 702. So there's two sort of pieces to FISA, Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, allows us to do, it's the national security version of a Title III wiretap. So we can get phone calls, we can get your Skype calls, your video, and so on, but we also can read like your entire email box and stuff like that. And so I'm getting, and I didn't know this was new, but that was new at the end of the Obama term. That in 2016, Obama actually updated and allowed the FBI to get raw FISA straight from the NSA. So I'm reading through, overseas operatives stuff. And then I find out, like, of course, you're also going to get the Americans that are in there, if they're communicating with Americans, which is what they're sort of targeting. And there's no what we call derogatory information on it. It's just innocuous. If somebody were to just email you, you didn't know what they were, you thought they were a business person, then maybe you're having a conversation about business. And then there's this FBI a-hole who's sitting there reading all your stuff. And then they can take your email address and see what other Chinese targets or whatever Russian targets or whatever Israeli or, Iranian targets you might be talking to. So if your name appears anywhere in collection, we can search for it. And
whoa, that's not Fourth Amendment. That's not right to privacy.
Exactly. And so that was my first whistleblowing action, which was done in 2017. So I'd only been an agent less than a year. And I went to my boss and I'm like, I don't understand what we're doing here. And I don't understand how this is legal. Like, I'm pretty sure that everything we do here is actually explicitly illegal. I think it's called reverse targeting. And reverse targeting is when you take somebody's name that appears in a non-defamatory or non-derogatory way, and then you plug it back into a targeting, website that has access to all this information. And then you go run a case on them simply because they showed up in a place with someone that you were investigating. Again, circles off circles, like I was explaining at the beginning. And that's what counterintelligence basically is. And it's not necessarily even the fault of the agents doing it, if I'm going to be fair about it, because imagine if you are a TSA security worker and your job is to make sure no guns get on the airplane, right? And so they send everybody through a metal detector that will beep if a gun goes through. But you're, as a TSA agent, now told you're not allowed to use the metal detector to look for the presence of guns. You have to find them another way, but don't let any guns on the aircraft. You're kind of in this spot where, like, your job is to make sure nobody is spying on the U.S., and you're trying to do it in a right way, but the only tool that actually works to do the thing you need is the tool that you expressly can't use in that way. And so, I brought this up to my boss. I'm like, what the hell are we doing here? Like, I don't understand, actually. And I said, what do we do with this information? Because a lot of these people are not committing crimes, even if you go out there and find out they're talking to spies, which you're allowed to do, it turns out. If you're not doing espionage, if you're not trading technology or doing something illicit or immoral. So anyway, I brought that up then, and I told him I really couldn't see myself doing that work very long. My boss and I had this really funny conversation. She sits me down at about, I think I've been there for about 13 or 14 months. And she gives me one of these classic, like, corporate, this is like the legacy of corporate stuff. She's like, Kyle, where do you see yourself in the next 5 years in this organization? That kind of thing. And I go, if I'm still on this squad by June, then I'm going to resign. That's where I see myself. Like, I see myself not working for you or this part of the organization or anything to do with whatever you guys are doing here. I'm not going to do it.
Sure.
And so she's like, oh, you're so funny. It's like, no, I'm serious. I told my wife, I was like, I'm going to find another job. We just bought this house. We moved out here. We got a baby. I can't do this stuff. This is crazy. Like, I'm not going to do that. And so at the 18-month mark, she ended up, my daughter was sick at one point. I got called, my wife calls me. I go home. I take sick leave, for a sick kid. And my boss calls me at like 7:00 at night. And she was atrocious. And she's a senior manager now. She's like all the worst people. And so she calls me up and she was like, hey, you didn't send me like a sit rep for your cases. And I go, well, there's nothing that needs to be reported that can't be reported tomorrow. And my daughter was sick and I went home because she had a fever. And she was like, you need to have that report to me before 9:00 tonight, or I'm going to take steps to fire you. Ooh. Which they can't even do that. They can't actually call you back to active work if you're on sick leave. There's no mechanism in federal employment law that allows you to do that. Particularly as a federal employee. but I'm not going to play that. So I drive into the office like 45 minutes and I go and I work up this report. And basically the report is that there's nothing to report because I've been doing training and I was out of the office for a couple of days doing some work stuff that was unrelated to my cases. So there's no updates, and there's not always updates on these kind of cases. They're very slow, but she wanted to, brief somebody about how great her squad was. And so she needed me. And so I'm like, okay, I wrote that up. And then I started compiling every single conversation we had. And I ended up going to the people at the Office of Professional Responsibility, which is like the kind of like internal affairs. Yeah. I go, hey, I got this whole binder of all this stuff my boss is doing. She's breaking federal employment law. She's doing all this like terrible management stuff. Can I get out of here, please? And they ended up giving me the job at the surveillance squad because nobody wanted to do it. And so I'd been asking for 6 months to be transferred out there. And when I broke probation and left sort of like her purview, they immediately sent me to this other space. So I got out of there and I started doing whistleblowing there too. I was like, immediately I found out they were not paying people overtime. They were scheduling people for overtime and then stealing from them. I think we did the numbers on it over 3 years. I think the federal government owes me, I don't know, tens of thousands of dollars in overtime because they would have us work like 16, 18 hours, 16 or 18 days in a row with no break.
Wow. Yeah,
and then
federal laws for
then you'd come back in and then they'd be like, oh, well, just like say that you're not working on these days when you actually are supposed to be working. Like you just don't come in, but claim that you're working then. And I went to senior management with this whistleblower activity who says, look, if I'm out there doing surveillance on a day that I'm not supposed to be working and my time card says I'm not working and I've sworn that I'm not working on that day because every time you do a time card, federal government, you swear and attest that it's true. So now you have a sworn statement that I wasn't working on this day, but now I'm also generating like evidence that some guy was doing drug deals or some terrorist was like, buying a gun or whatever other crazy stuff that we're documenting. So you're going to show that I was not working and also I claim that I was working. And all they do is they put that on as a defense and they say, which time were you lying, Agent Seraphin? And then I'd have to go, oh, I was lying about the time card because I was totally watching your client. And they go, cool, what other things have you lied about? And then you have what's called giglio. Then you could never testify again. So I brought that up in 2019. And I just kept doing these small little sort of whistleblower activities inside my chain of command, or chain of management is more accurate. So I started doing this and it wasn't going anywhere. Like none of this stuff ever, they just basically take your letter and they throw it away and then they don't pay you the overtime and they don't fix the problem, which is more problematic. So all of that kind of gets me to the point where 2021, I moved to a new office in New Mexico. And I was really thrilled to be there. We bought a beautiful house in the middle of the desert up against the mountains. My job was cool. I was working on an Indian reservation doing like major crimes. So death investigations, sexual assault, stuff like that. Like, bad guys locally where you could actually make a difference, in some small people's lives. And nobody in DC cares about Indian crimes. That's what they call it. So it's like the smallest kind of redheaded stepchild of the FBI. So I'm not going to be in a political space, I didn't think. And then I get one of my coworkers comes up and he goes, hey man, did you see this email? And I go, no. And he goes, I'll send it to you. Well, it wasn't meant to come to me in the first place. It wasn't meant for people at my level. And it really wasn't meant for his level, to be fair. It was something that the senior executives had come up with. They sent it down to the heads of the field offices. And it turns out the head of my field office, a guy named Raul Buhanda, sent it down to all the supervisors that worked for him. And what it said is that the FBI was going to be creating a threat tag, which was EDU officials. A threat tag is like a hashtag. So it's like a searchable little tag in an investigation or in a part of an investigation so people can go and find like, oh, there's this thing in it that I'm looking for. And in this case, EDU officials referred to threats to school board members, which is not generally speaking a federal crime, but it was something that the National School Board Association had asked Merrick Garland to do. And then he went under oath and said that they weren't going to use any counterterrorism tools. But the email that we got was signed off on by the Assistant Director of Counterterrorism. So that internal watchdog problem that we were talking about, that sort of like self-licking ice cream cone where you start taking the watchtower and you're looking for bad guys overseas that are doing bad stuff overseas. And then you see the inside guys that are doing the stuff from overseas domestically. And then you start looking for domestic terrorists called DVEs. They started pointing it at parents. It's like, I'm a parent. What the hell are we doing here? So, and more importantly, the attorney general lied about it under oath, as far as I could tell. So my allegation that I made in October of 2021 was that he lied under oath about using counterterrorism resources against parents at school boards, which is an explicit problem. Like there are ways you could investigate some parents that are protesting at school boards if they're making threats on the internet. It's called interstate threats. So there are some federal statutes, but it's definitely not like to the level the FBI should be paying attention to nationally. And more importantly, you can't lie about it when you're under oath in front of Congress. So that's what I brought up. And then while I was there, I just dished them like pages and pages of crazy stuff that had been going on for the last couple of years about FISA 702, like we kind of brought up a little bit, the access the FBI had to raw databases. I mean, I just dumped on the stuff. I told them about stuff that was going on at the Afghan refugee camps, because that was the big news of the day at the time. And for my troubles, I ended up being suspended indefinitely over something that was not a suspendable offense. In fact, they should have given me a high five for it. I just told a local cop that I wasn't going to obey a not law when we were standing on federal land. I was shooting on public land, and he told me, go somewhere else. You know, could you go to the range? And I go, no, I don't think I can do that. And, you know, I'm allowed to do it. And here's the state law. And I'm not trying to be a problem for you, but, you know, other people shoot here too, including my neighbors. And he was like, oh, okay, yeah, no, you're right. And then he left. And I got suspended forever for that. They called it unprofessional interactions with a police officer off duty.
Wow. I think Tim's got one more for you. I'm dying to ask you some current events questions, but as far as systems go down, this is the greatest interview I've ever heard explaining it all. So go ahead.
My last question for you would be to kind of wrap this up in a bow. So you whistleblow, they do this suspension, but the aftermath had to be pretty crazy once you kind of leave.
What did it do to your life?
What did they do to your life? That's the real question.
Oh, it torched it. So, you know, I had a paycheck and I was living out there. I hadn't even been there a year and a half, and I have to look around. My wife and I decide, like, okay, well, it also was related to the COVID shot scenario, and I wasn't going to get those at all. And my wife is a big pro-life advocate. She actually converted to Catholicism and Christianity in general. She actually was baptized the day before they took my badge and my gun. Wow. So I actually think there's a faith component that really kind of stepped in for me. But we're sitting here and it's like, okay, I told her, I was like, I'm not going to get the shots and I'm not going to kowtow to them, and I'm going to be on the radar. And by the way, I went to Congress, so they're probably going to try to screw me over. And she was like, that's okay. I go, okay, well, we're going to lose the job. So we did. They suspended me, and then they suspended my pay June 1st of 2022. So we made a decision right away. We're not going to have like a mortgage hole in the bucket. We're going to get out of this problem. We're going to keep whatever net worth we have. We're going to go ahead and try to pull whatever equity we have out of our house, and then we're going to try to figure out what to do next. So we put the house on the market, which was crazy. And then I did another kind of wacky thing where I went and I actually accidentally sort of subverted a federal case against Project Veritas and James O'Keefe, where I flew out to Washington, D.C. in May while I was still on the payroll. And I sat down with O'Keefe and I explained some things that were, I think, violations of federal law being done by the DOJ. And it turns out the DOJ agreed because they ended up dropping the case against Project Veritas. So we saved them a little bit there. Just explaining that they had lied in some court filings. The FBI had said one thing, the DOJ said another. But that was all done kind of like hidden. And so the FBI is investigating me, trying to find me and trying to screw me over. And like, we were worried about getting killed in our sleep and all the other dumb things that you don't know if it's real or not, but it seems like it could be. So I slept with a rifle next to my bed. My wife did too. And then we decided to sell the house. We got offers. We closed. We sold the house, having nowhere to move into. I didn't have another house. I didn't have another job. So I couldn't tell anybody, like, here's my income. Let's go buy another smaller place or something else. So my wife and my kids, and I had 3 at the time, drove out to Arizona to go stay with my folks in their 3-bedroom little house, you know, with our family of 5. And I drove straight down to the airport in El Paso with no home, left my truck, and I flew to Miami, and I took a car up and I sat down and did my first interview with Dan Bongino, which is very bizarre. The whole
I'm going to ask you about him. Maybe, you know what? That's a great point for me to jump in. Phenomenal breakdown. Excellent breakdown. What happened to Dan Bongino? Because we've been covering this on the show. We've covered this quite a fair bit. I've seen the file. He killed himself. And then Cash Patel's over there. Cash strikes me more as a grifter. I watched Dan Bongino on InfoWars when I was 10 years old. I watched Dan Bongino in 2012. What happens to a guy that campaigns for his position, campaigns for his appointment on, we're going to release the files, do not let this go, I believe were his words, do not let this go, turns into he leaves his job, he's back in the media kind of as a defender of it all, and then people like you, people like us, he would call us popcorn throwers. What do you think about that? Are we popcorn throwers?
No, Dan was never going to be successful. That was obvious to me early on. I agree with you. Cash conned me. I mean, like, full disclosure. When I met Dan for the first time, he told me he was going to keep my story alive, that he was going to fight for me like an advocate. He didn't need the money. He had all this money from Rumble. And so, like, that was, you know, that's a great thing to tell somebody. And I felt good to know that there was a kind of a loud voice that was going to make sure I wasn't going to fall down, because most people who go out and speak out against the federal government, you don't really hear from them very much, and then they get destroyed. They either go crazy or they get crushed. Financially, they're just screwed.
That was the interview you were talking about that you drove up from Miami?
Yeah, so Yeah, Bongino and his wife, wanted to interview me. I didn't necessarily want to do this. They actually talked me into this. Look, here's the deal. I didn't want to do any of this stuff in public. I didn't want to have a studio here. I didn't want to run a podcast. Sure. No one knew who I was on purpose. Like, I was 41 years old with no social media, and that was not an accident. The only people I followed on Twitter is I bookmarked their page on twitter.com so I could review what they had posted. But like, I didn't have an account anywhere. I didn't have a Facebook, none of that, and on purpose, because I thought it was toxic, and I still do. And even though I do it and I make money on it, I hate it. Like, I hate what we've become as a society. If I could push a button and go back to the 80s, I'd do it. So intentionally, I didn't want to do this. Bongino went out on his podcast multiple times and said, to whoever the whistleblower is, or the men or women that are doing this, like, I'll give you the protection of the microphone, come out and speak. I've got some clips that I could show you guys at some point. I'll send them over. But essentially, he begged for someone to come forward and put their face to the FBI whistleblower, things that Jim Jordan and others were talking about, because no one knew who they were. Sure. And I knew who they were. Like, I knew about a third of them. And so he said it'd be really powerful if we could get someone to really be the face of what's going on in this corruption. And then Carrie Pickett, who's a friendly journalist over at the Washington Times, I talked to her the other day for about an hour or two. Carrie Pickett called me up. She said, look, I'm friends with Dan Bongino. He's asking you to go on his show. Would you consider doing that? Like, he doesn't know your name, but he knows that you exist. And I said, I'd have to talk to him. So I ended up having this conversation with Dan, with a producer. Dan ends up talking to me for about 45 minutes as I'm sitting out doing the final touches, my punch list as I'm selling my house. And I agreed to fly out there and do the interview. So I went out there and, my interactions with Dan personally are pretty limited. We were on the phone a fair amount. I did maybe 20 radio interviews with him. I probably did 6 times on his Fox show. I was on his podcast 3-4 times. So we had a lot of professional interactions that way. But Dan, every single time he talked to me, learned something about the FBI because he never worked there. And so you can't fake having 5 years of time in the DC area. And, I had key card access to the Hoover building. You can't fake that without knowing what the culture is, and knowing what the Secret Service is 13 years ago is not the same as working for the FBI 15 minutes ago. And so, it's just a different culture. It's a different language. It's a different ethos. It's a different mission. The Secret Service mission is primarily executive protection as opposed to investigative, and certainly no intel function the way that the FBI does it. So he walked in there set up for failure. And I think Dan thought he was going to walk in there and be like the vice president of the FBI. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He didn't realize he was going into a chief operating officer role.
Deputy's in charge. Yeah.
The deputy runs the FBI. So, and this may be a fun time to get into kind of the weird part. I didn't realize there's another part of the FBI until a couple days ago. And I probably should have, because I do this for a living now. Margot Cleveland wrote a piece in June of 2025 called the FBI's ability to disappear evidence that calls for transparency stat. And I didn't catch it. It's in the Federalist, which I don't always read. And then it goes on, the headline is, the FBI used prohibited access coding on a widespread basis. The ramifications would be enormous. Well, I worked at the FBI for 6 years. I was unpaid for 14 months after that. So they considered me an employee for like almost 8 years, seven and change. And I never heard of prohibited access. That wasn't a thing. There's no such thing as a prohibited file. And I asked people who had been there for 9 years and they'd never heard of it. And I asked a guy who'd been there for 15 years. I asked a guy who was a supervisor doing national intelligence work for 12 years. He'd never heard of it. Then I reached out to somebody who had been in a position at the Hoover building. And he was like, it's a thing, but it used to be something we thought was just a legend. We didn't know it was real. We just thought it might exist. A prohibited access file is kind of like the Pirates of the Caribbean when Johnny Depp is explaining where the Isla de la Muerta is, whatever it's called, right? It's the island that can only be found if you already know where it is.
Yep.
So most FBI files are open to everybody. And if I search it, it pops up and then I can go in there and I can read all the stuff in it. And it's like, that's a file. So no big deal. And then some of them are restricted. And that means I can search it and I can find the name and I can find out what it's about and I can find out who's involved in it, but I won't be able to read the stuff that's inside of it unless I'm part of the access roster. And then some of them are public, but the access roster are the only people who can contribute to it. So I could read it, but it's like read only permissions on like a shared drive, but I don't have edit capabilities. So those are some of those. Prohibited files, you'd need to know the URL, which is essentially, this is like it's like an online type cloud-based database. You'd need to know the URL of the case. And if you found it, if you happen to have that URL written down on a piece of paper, and you pulled it up and you weren't part of the access roster, then you wouldn't even be able to see anything at all. So these are deniable operations that don't even really exist. and they are not being run by anybody that would be able to know about it. They're not auditable. And here's where it gets problematic for people that are constitutionalists. They're not going to be FOIA-able because they won't show up in a FOIA search. They're not going to be something that shows up in discovery. If they had exculpatory evidence that said that you didn't do something, but it was in a prohibited access file, then it wouldn't show up.
Shadow.
And let's say maybe you did a green light of a dirty operation where you allowed, let's say, I don't know, like some child sex trafficker or somebody that was involved in like minors that were underage prostitutes compromising politicians so you could get information. You could put that in a prohibited access file and you would never have to show that you approved it or allowed it to happen on your watch.
I believe.
What's the threshold for having access to those files? Like, how high up do you need to be?
So that's the question that I was asking, because it's like, well, who has this and who does this? And the answer that came from multiple sources is that this is a program that's run by and has been run by the deputy director. This is essentially what I didn't like. I had
I don't understand how this works. Like, imagine.
I had about a like kind of a washed over breakdown last week when I started kind of looking at the implications of this. So J. Edgar Hoover leaves the Bureau, he dies, and they leaves it in the hands of the next director, and that's someone who's appointed politically, right? And so then we started getting these political terms that were 10 years long. They're supposed to go past any one president, it's supposed to be apolitical. So you start getting like politician types, judges and lawyers and friends of politicians and stuff like that get appointed in. So how does the FBI insulate itself? Because, you know, the original FBI under Hoover, allegedly, there were paper files. There's a lot of stories about this. He had a female secretary that maintained an entire cabinet, you know, rank of paper files of blackmail and all the kind of dastardly deeds people had, and he could lean on it to protect the FBI from the outside world. And there's a guy named Mike Waller who's worth talking to at some point. Waller did like a biography on Hoover. He taught me things I didn't know about Hoover. But essentially, he said that even though Hoover was kind of a gangster, which is what he was a gangster that protected the FBI's core mission, and he did what he thought was right for America. And so he kept both politicians, left and right, kind of out of the work of the FBI. And so generally speaking, they went after just like communists and whatever he thought was the problem. And so that was kind of, it didn't really affect people in a major way, especially not people that were in the mainstream left or right. Well, what happens when you don't have Hoover there anymore? The deputy steps up. And the first deputy director after Hoover was a guy named Mark Felt. You guys know who that is?
No.
Can't say I do.
Mark Felt was better known in the public and in the sort of popular culture as Deep Throat. He was the informant that went and exposed Watergate, even though the FBI had a role in Watergate.
Double cross Nixon.
That's right. And when you start applying the idea of a prohibited file and off-books investigations and the idea that this sort of organization now has a digital way of doing the same thing that it did forever, paper, burn on read, access, operational personnel, the only ones who know about it, and everybody else is deniable. There are operations that have been told happened under Comey that included targeting of Donald Trump. And so the political animal, that third FBI that I didn't really realize was out there, and it doesn't have to be very big, but if that's the priority of what the deputy director does, and as we talked about, that kind of mission creep, and maybe even more importantly, the sort of political bias of the Bureau has changed as they brought in more and more intel people. A lot of the people that have ended up in that deputy director spot have come out of the New York field office, which is interestingly corrupt. There's a guy named Charlie McGonigal, which I kind of told Tim about earlier, but Charlie McGonigal was famous for being convicted for taking bags of cash to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars. And he was getting them from legitimate Albanian spies on behalf of Russians or God knows what. And so he's in prison right now, but he was never charged with espionage because they take care of each other. And I've been told that's pretty much the deal. So you've got this weird animal in the New York field office, which, by the way, is the ones that have the ear of Kash Patel and almost all the guys. The current deputy director of the FBI, his name is Chris Rea, came out of the New York field office. Most recently, he was the ADIC up there. And so you get this sort of like this pathway. Andy McCabe was a New York field office guy. Paul Abate, New York field office guy. So you end up with these guys that come out of what we call the New York Mafia, which is really what we call it inside the Bureau, where they all kind of, anybody who worked in the New York field office kind of looks out for and knows guys that came out of New York. And it's kind of it's a clique within the bigger agency.
Intelligence mafia, a shadow government. That's what it sounds like you're describing here. All these tools that, a group has access to. We didn't even know about them until just now, basically.
Really? Yeah. And so this story went out by Margot Cleveland in 2025, but for the first time that I heard about it, it came out in a story on Thursday, I want to say. Patel was trying to spin his sort of famously bad-looking beer chugging thing that he did overseas in Italy for the
You're a hater. You're a hater. He's
I know.
a grifter, okay? He's king grifter. Let him have fun. They're all not doing their jobs. They're all incompetent. At least he's hanging out with the boys, all right? But I hear you. I'm joking. I know it's
so the problem for me on that is it's more personal, but it also it's the hypocrisy angle. And so this is just for people's awareness. I'm not just speaking out of turn here. I sat and had dinner with Kash Patel in January 2023. We spent most of the day together, and I sat at a dinner table with just two other people, three other people. It was Kash and two others. And we talked about the FBI director using the private jet. He helped me get in touch with Josh Hawley as a whistleblower, and I called out some very specific abuses that Chris Wray had. People can go look up my name and look up the Daily Wire piece that came out in January of 23. And so about 4 days after Kash Patel and I were sitting at that table, they ended up putting out a really good investigative piece showing the millions of dollars that Chris Wray squandered on the jet. And Kash Patel went out and did that famous talking with Glenn Beck and saying, hey, ground the jet. He shouldn't have this taxpayer-funded jet for vacations, all this stuff. Kash was very anti-government jet abuse right up until the moment when he got access to it. So for me, it's about hypocrisy, but he and I have had conversations about this, and you guys can look, but in November of 2022, Josh Hawley called Chris Wray to the carpet using my letter, which I've put out on X. People can read the letter, and the first sentence says, I got your name from Kash Patel. And then it's me going to Josh Hawley's office. So a lot of this stuff ends up, people are like, oh, you're bitter because you're a former employee. It's like, I'm not bitter. I just don't like it when people lie to me. I'm not trying to be a jerk about it. But if you lie to me to my face and we had a conversation about something and then you hypocritically act in a certain way, I'm going to find that kind of offensive. And I think the American people in general, that's why this hit. Anyway, Patel tried to spin that whole hockey thing. And he did so by releasing, they were spying on my, the FBI spied on me and they did this stuff and they put it in prohibited access files. And they did the same thing to Susie Wiles. And it's like, that was actually the bombshell last week, but nobody actually realized what the implications are. And now you guys are kind of getting a taste of it. And it's really wild.
It's crazy.
This is insane.
It's blowing my mind.
You're blowing my mind.
It'll take days for you to kind of digest what it could mean to have an unaccountable funded program that cannot be audited, is not accountable to congressional oversight, and doesn't actually even have to be read to the FBI director who goes out in front of Congress, because then you have a director who has plausible deniability. You've only seen an FBI deputy director in front of Congress maybe once because it was Dan Bongino, and once Paula Bate, who was the previous one, did it. But they know that nobody can find what they did. They already know it's not findable. So they could say
about it. You're not my first thing is Kyle, you gotta watch your back. This is some heavy stuff, and with you having more knowledge than the average person, they're gonna. Do you go through some type of suppression of speech? There's got to be something repercussions for these things. I would be terrified, just be.
So look, I'm way past that at this point. I've embarrassed the FBI. I've had 40 different people fired in the last 12 months because me calling them out for what they did. The problem is, didn't need to fire them, but I've got 40 scalps hanging on the wall. And it's like, if these guys would have paid attention, I wanted the same thing that all of us wanted. And honestly, what I want is not political. I'm not a Republican. And so I don't care if Republicans win. I'm not a Democrat. I don't care if I'm happy to see Democrats fail.
That's literally the show, man. Welcome to the gray area.
So I make an argument that there's a thing that people don't realize, but it's there. And once you hear it, you go, yeah, that's probably true. I argue that there is no political right in America right now for the two major parties. There's no one that's actually on the right. I'm a right-wing kind of guy. But I'm also a regular guy from the 1990s. So if you step back into the 90s where I was formative, my ideas are mainstream Democrat ideas too, minus the thing I dislike abortion. So I'm a pro-life guy that basically otherwise I'm a mainstream Democrat, Republican, take your pick. And my argument is that I would call it bacon cheeseburger nationalists. This is kind of my little idea.
Double cheese, fries.
So consider this. If you'll eat bacon and you'll eat beef and you'll eat dairy and you'll eat a bun without crying about gluten allergies, you're essentially the most common part of our dominant culture. If I give you a burger at a backyard barbecue and I say, do you want cheese on that? And the answer is yes, which is most people. And I worked in restaurants a lot. You want cheese? Yeah, I do. Especially if it doesn't cost me anything, right? What about bacon? Oh, shoot. Can you make it crispy? Yeah. Okay, cool. I want bacon too. So that necessarily kind of gets rid of people that are non-dominant cultures in America. It doesn't mean they can't be here. It just means you're not part of the dominant culture. What do we scoop it up to be? So you're not Muslim, you're not Hindu, you're not Jewish. You're essentially either Christian or Christian not. You don't know you're Christian, but you have Christian ideas.
Adjacent. Yeah.
You're a regular American person, a bacon cheeseburger nationalist. That's what I say is like that's the politics that I have. And so I'm not part of either team. I just want them not to come after us and screw with our freedom. I want the things I know to be corrected because I know them, and now other people know them too. Now you guys know them. So
now you just talked about you just hit the nail on the head. The biggest betrayal that we're seeing, as you have also seen before the Iran conflict,
we're getting
Epstein files. You probably have a take on that. You probably know what's happening somewhat in the FBI. Kash Patel specifically and Bongino, implicated liars. I don't want to hear anything else they have to say about it. I know they're lying. What is your take on that?
Yeah, I think the FBI was involved. And I think the FBI greenlit that thing. So here's what we know. Maybe a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, somewhere in the last like 14 days, we found out. Dropsite News was the first one I saw publishing it. Megyn Kelly did a piece on it as well, so good for her. I'm not a big fan of hers, but good for her on this. And they pointed out that and I did this with Alex on Infowars. We talked about how the Israeli permanent mission to the UN was providing physical and technical security surveillance for Epstein's apartment in New York. Okay. And that's just one piece of information, but it tells us a lot of things. Everybody's always said, well, Epstein belonged to intelligence. They cited 2008, alleged conversation that Alex Acosta may have had with some unnamed Trump staffer, but we can't substantiate where that happens. So how do you get that connection to say, okay, well, he obviously was working with intel services? It's really simple. Most consulate jobs, most permanent missions to the UN, most embassies have some intelligence capability associated with them as well. You're going to have diplomats coming in with dual hats. It's known as official cover. So you're a spy full-time, but you're listed as being the so-and-so attaché, or you're the so-and-so advisor, or whatever. Okay. If you're doing security and you're doing so in the United States for a foreign country, you are most likely dual-hatted with the intel service from your country. So it doesn't matter whether it's Shin Bet or whether it's Mossad or whether it's IDF components, whatever. Some version of intelligence from the Israeli side would have been involved, and Epstein would have been a very good get when it comes to a intel sort of target, okay? You want to find people that have money, that have access, that have power. When you evaluate people for source placement, the two things we want to know are what's your placement and what's your access. So are you physically in a place where you might rub shoulders with the people that I would want to know about? And then do you have access to those people to be able to make questions of them or engage in conversations or introduce things? And Epstein most likely was probably an access type agent, or what we call a cutout sometimes. So he doesn't have to be the center of all the things, but he's like the center of his wheel with many spokes coming out that you can connect people to. And if you have the Israeli security involved in that, and we know that they did because that's what the emails say, that the Israeli mission was involved in physical security at his apartment, well, that means that the CIA is involved, and so is the FBI, and so is the NSA, and probably some others, maybe DIA as well. I don't know. But you know for a fact that we are not letting the Israelis run something where we have access to an American citizen in the United States in the single biggest FBI footprint for counterintelligence, which, by the way, also apparently they're susceptible to bribes and other weird stuff. But you're not going to let an operation run in your backyard without having your own sort of hooks into it. Now, whether that's overt or covert is another animal. But there is no question in my mind that the FBI would have known what he was up to, that he would have been a significant target for counterintelligence purposes, just because of all the people that he had and the amount of travel he did. He also would have been a target for the CIA for what's called NR, or National Resource, which is their domestic wing. NR basically goes and finds American business people and travelers, like, missionaries and stuff like that, and bumps them and says, will you represent us overseas if we need an introduction to somebody in Nigeria, or could you hand this thing off to this person when you're overseas for us, and we'd love to pay you, or, would you do it to help us out, or we have this bad, derogatory stuff on you. So
you sound like a crazy person, Kyle, because the government told me that Epstein never trafficked anybody. He was one 17-year-old, made a mistake. It is what it is. I mean, the official narrative on Epstein is so crazy compared to just like the minor amount of unredacted stuff that we have, half of the released emails. What do you think? What do you think?
I think there's two ways that we know that we're being lied to dramatically. Thing number one is we were told that there were no co-conspirators. This is the memo going back to July of last year that was released in the Axios leak of it. There are no co-conspirators. Kash Patel said as much under oath. There are no additional indictments pending, and nobody else did anything wrong, right? He trafficked to himself. The problem is we've seen north of a dozen very high-profile people who are getting destroyed overseas. We had a member of the royal family. We had a former prime minister of Norway. We had ambassadors in the UK, and they're all getting sopped up and arrested, and they're all resigning from board positions that are lucrative. They're selling off their companies. We're seeing people in the United States do the same thing, whether it be Kathy Rumler has done it. She was with the Obama administration as a fixer or something to that effect. She was an attorney, right? We're seeing Brad Karp. We're seeing various other people in law firms step away from their more lucrative positions in their public face. And they did so why? Because they just sent flirty text messages to Ghislaine Maxwell like 15 years ago, or maybe because like their name in the files is embarrassing to everybody, but everybody could just get context. Like imagine if you said, they find out Kyle Seraphin's name's in the files because I talked about it on a podcast. They'd go, your name's in the files. I go, yeah, because I talked about it on a podcast. And they would go, are you going to resign? I go, no, go F yourself. Like, I don't care.
The S&P 500 is at all-time highs.
That's
50,000 basis points. You should be paying attention to that. You have Trump derangement syndrome.
And someone got murdered in your city, and this happened here. So why are you asking me about the files? It's so crazy.
So hold on. That's part one. The part one is other people are reacting as though there was obviously way worse there.
Okay.
The second thing is we have not seen a single disclosed file about the counterintelligence investigation that involved Epstein, either as a target. So when you open a CI investigation, you can open it as somebody is a potential bad actor. So maybe they did something wrong. Kyle Seraphin is trying to sell out us to fill in the blank country. You can also open it like Kyle Seraphin is being targeted by fill in the blank country. And so they can investigate me
to protect
everything to protect me.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the deal. I get emails. I used to get them all the time. I don't get them anymore. Maybe they're not even around anymore. There's a place called press.tv or Press TV or something like that. And Press TV was the official state-sponsored media of the Iranian government, which is undoubtedly going to be compromised by some of their intel assets, because that's just what you do. When Press TV reaches out to me and sends me a DM, that's enough predicate for the FBI to open a full investigation into me being targeted by the Iranians, and they can get everything I have. They can get my bank records. They can get my emails. They can get my DMs. They can get all my social media. They could probably go get all my phone tolls and stuff like that, right? And they could do it under an overt or whatever. There's no question with just the physical capabilities of the Iranian or the Israelis at Epstein's apartment that there's not going to be a full CI investigation, either because he's a potential victim or because he's a potential bad actor.
Right.
So there has got to be stuff on there, and it's not showing up. So I know that they're holding back things that are going to be substantial. And then we find out that there are these prohibited files. And again, if you had a guy operating like Epstein in the backyard, here's the last part of it you have to understand. The job of senior executives in the Bureau, specifically, I'm sure this is true for other agencies, but this is my personal insight into that little space. When you get to about GS 15, or you become an SES 5432, your primary goal is to try to figure out how to take your $180,000 to $250,000 a year government salary and retire and make $500,000, $750,000, or $1 million a year. That's your primary goal. How do you get out of here and monetize this to live the way that you always felt like you should? Because you were a king of the universe. You were the special agent in charge, the top law enforcement guy for the FBI for a whole huge region, let's say.
Right.
You think that you should now be. So that's how you end up with people that are at Twitter, or they're at Meta, or they're at, the woman who suspended me forever, who was a world-class piece of garbage, who couldn't even recognize that her own husband was a pedophile, and he went to jail for child pornography while she was an FBI agent. She managed to stay on. Then her second husband died of cancer from 9/11, and 8 days after she buried him, she became my boss as one of the probably most powerful people in Washington, D.C. She was in charge of the intel division on January 6th in the Washington field office of the FBI. So that should have been a catastrophic failure. She ended up as the number 4 person in the entire FBI. She was in charge of all human resources and all training and all sort of management there. She's now, and she's a bimbo, man. She's like a dim-witted, blonde, like day drinker, like a white wine, just complete disaster area.
Wow.
And people told me, like, she would come into work drunk. She'd be petting the secretary. Oh, your hair's so pretty. It's so pretty. Like, I love how pretty your hair is. Didn't anyone ever tell you? And it's like, stop petting the staff.
Number 4
in the FBI. That woman is now in charge. She's a senior executive vice president at GE Aerospace. She knows nothing about planes. She knows nothing about security.
She knows the people.
I worked exactly for them.
Yeah.
So I'm very familiar with that organization.
Well, that's the thing. It's failing upward, man. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
I think it actually involves, wouldn't it be nice if somebody made a phone call and said, hey, one of ours is leaving and we're going to need a spot over there. It'd be a real shame if somebody knew what your particular appetites were. And so, we know and you know, and so here's what we need. We need a job over at this thing, and we'd like it to be in the Virginia area. She lives on that side of DC. Go ahead and set something up. Let us know what the offer letter looks like.
We got you on tape wearing the furry costume, so here's the deal. She's going to need a job, and you're going to give her a job. You're going to give her $800,000 a year.
That's how it goes down.
I mean, we can't say that it's not plausible, and I think it might even move towards probable. And so my guess, this is my personal speculation, the stuff that's going on and whatever we've had, one, Epstein is not a one-off. He's indicative of sort of a bigger problem, which is that we have unaccountable bureaucratic types that work in the intel agencies, and they trade in information. Information is their version of power. Some people in the banking world, they can move money, but intel people, they trade in info on people and how it gets gathered and the technologies that come around it, which is why you keep finding spooks from the CIA and from, the FBI's counterintelligence side. They all end up over in places where there's information, whether it be at Meta or whether it be at Twitter, or that's what the Twitter files proved. That a lot of these people are in jobs where you're like, why in this shit is a former CIA guy there? Why in this shit is a former counterintelligence investigator working over there at a freaking social media place that's named after a bird that is basically a bunch of dudes like posting racist memes and shit talking each other? Like, why is that? Because of what it gives them access to. And then the last part of that is that because they're part of the team and because they were always part of the team that came up underneath, these agencies, they know that their job is to protect the agency because the agency put them where they are. It's the basis of their credibility. So you ask, like, what is my concern? My reach is so squished for a guy that has almost 250,000 followers on X. Everywhere I go, no matter what I do, it's always going to be dramatic. I'll do a post and get 1,500 views or 2,500 views. And it's absurd because I had that kind of reach when I had 10,000 followers.
You think they're clever somewhere to suppress you? Possibly? Yeah.
I had someone show me some back-end code that said I'm anti-kosher because of my bacon cheeseburger nationalist position, which, by the way, is also anti-Muslim and anti-Hindu. It's not anti-anything per se. It just says the dominant culture of Americans is America. Regular Americans who just don't, I didn't grow up knowing any Hindu people. Not that I have any beef with them in particular, but when they go, you should follow my religion, I go, no, I'm going to have a steak. That's what I'm going to do. And I don't care what you think. It's like, I'm not trying to be mean to you. I just don't care. What are you doing in my country?
I have people tell me my dog is haram. I can't have the dog. I'm in Texas. Like, what are you talking about?
How dare you? That dog.
My dog could eat you, right? Like, that's especially your dog. Your dog could eat them and might if you keep playing your cards right. Look, I mean, at the end of the day, do I sleep with a gun everywhere I go? Yes. Did I take an AR-15 with me to church today? I did. I put it in my truck and I was like, I saw what happened in downtown Austin last night, and we'll probably segue to this. My view on the foreign stuff always has to come back to the domestic. Like, I don't really care other than the money we're spending. I'm not a big fan of us doing interventionism anywhere. I asked my buddies who have done a lot of geopolitics. There's no success you can point and be like, hey, what are we trying to achieve in Iran? Oh, we're trying to do the blank model. There is no blank model. All the blank models are corrupted by either the CIA doing a bunch of shady stuff or regimes eventually coming and fighting us in the very near future. So there's no like turnover regime change where I'm like, oh, well, what we're trying to do is here's the golden example. Yeah, we had a lot of failures, but we could do it like this. There is no this. As far as I can tell, maybe somebody will educate me and tell me, when did the United States topple another regime and then we got like a really great outcome out of it?
Absolutely, totally agree.
Power vacuums are great, man. Let's get Al Qaeda in there. It's a big party.
Libya's wonderful. We like the open air slave markets we've caused. I want Tim to ask you about Iran. I think you guys have a really good rapport. I think this is going phenomenal. My question is about the sleeper cells, because I hear this a lot from my dad. I hear this a lot from other people. And talked about the Austin incident. Guy shows up wearing the property of a law shirt and shoots up Buford's. What's going on there? Is that just someone that's inspired, or do you think that that's someone that might be tied to something?
It doesn't make a difference for the people that got shot, is what it turns out. And so it doesn't make a difference as a threat. Here's what you need to know. That guy didn't get stopped. We got a message 48 hours ago that Kash Patel said that the JTTFs are working 24/7 to stop threats to the United States, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Someone should have told the JTTF that, because I got friends who are on those JTTFs and they didn't know they were working 24/7. So that's news. But the bigger problem is this. You can't stop every threat. Remember, I told you that the national security mission evolved after 9/11 to no American dies from terrorists on U.S. soil. That's the operational idea. Can you do zero COVID, gentlemen, do you think?
Zero. This is not possible.
No.
There's too many nuances, unless you get Palantir and, maybe
then you
figure out you fix everything out. But can continue.
The way the Chinese came up with is maybe we'll just weld everybody into their house. And so if you can't meet any people, then you can't go anywhere. And if you starve to death in your house, you won't have COVID.
Okay, I was going to ask you this earlier. I forgot. You talked about being in the government or working for the government when the COVID thing's going down. People forget this. I criticize Trump on the show. People call me black-pilled, whatever. Biden mandated 80 million federal employees under OSHA got struck down by the Supreme Court. Were you one of them? That's what I was going to ask.
I was mandated on the FBI. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I don't work there. And you know what the craziest thing is and how I know there's no reform? I know there's no reform because I'm currently suing the FBI. In fact, I think we have a possible settlement talk coming up on next week. I don't have any high hopes. I'm suing the FBI because I will never be able to be in law enforcement again. They definitely blackballed my job. When I was working there, I tried to leave and go somewhere else, and I couldn't do it. Like I got the job, I got shown my office, and then I never got another call again from another federal agency that was going to take me on. I was the senior person applying with the most experience, with the highest pay grade, and veterans preference. I'm a disabled vet, so like I get 10 points on the hiring process. And they showed me where I was going to work. My 30-minute interview was 4 hours long. The guy was showing me on the map where I might want to live. And then I didn't get the job afterwards. They didn't hire anyone, by the way, because if they hired someone other than me, I could have sued them. So they just didn't hire anyone for that job because of the FBI. So we're in the middle of a lawsuit where I have sued the FBI for their malfeasance under the COVID regime. And so not only was I a guy who said, I'm not going to get the COVID shot, which I wasn't going to get under any circumstances, I also told them that I wasn't going to get nasal swabs every 72 hours to prove I didn't have the disease that I didn't show any symptoms for. I said it's inherently discriminatory. I said I'm a Catholic and I don't need to tell everyone my religion by taking time off to go get my freaking nose swabbed 3 times a week because it goes to me, then it goes to my chief timekeeper, then it goes to my boss, it goes to every single person in the office that knows where's Seraphin, always swabbing his nose. Why? Because he's an objector. None of that stuff is relevant to any of it. So I refuse to do any of the COVID mitigation BS because it was obvious by the time they did this stuff under Biden. That is exactly, like anybody could have gotten it, right? So all of the stuff that I saw about the government overreach that happened under COVID is something that I can see happening under anybody. It doesn't matter because the government always, like I said, task and purpose. Its task is do what you're told. We got orders from on high. We're going to carry them out. Nobody asked like, hey, is this wrong? To the point where when I told my boss, hey man, I'm not getting this test and I'm certainly not getting the shots. He goes, yeah, my wife's sick with COVID right now. She got the shots. And I'm like, yeah, obviously. He goes, what you're saying is correct. What you're saying is right. And I actually agree with everything that you're doing, but I can't back you up because I can retire in 2 years. And that's when I'm going to get my pension. Wow. And he said, I got a mortgage and I also owe my ex-wife alimony.
You know what's crazy, Kyle? I went through my own COVID experience because I lived in New York and I used to be more Democrat left leaning because most African Americans are left leaning by default. Everything changed for me during COVID as well. Mm-hmm. Specifically to what you're talking about with the vaccine and all those different things. I didn't even have access to that information. When you were in New York, you look at somebody and be like, I'm gonna slut shame you. I'm gonna make sure that you wear that mask. I'm gonna make sure you get that shot. And they told us specifically at school as an engineer that I could not go to classes. I could not see any friends. I couldn't do any of the things that I would normally do unless I took that shot. And imagine trying to learn a hands-on skill virtual. Impossible for me. So they did the exact same thing at the FBI on the civilian side with these schools. And it was all the schools got together and it was mob style, like, oh, it wasn't just the vaccine, it was the booster too. They said, this is good for you. You must get it. You must get it. Otherwise, you're going to kill grandma. You're going to kill grandpa. And you don't want to do that. Do you?
I had guys call me up from field offices that I didn't work at and guys that I'd worked with previously. And they said, if my mother, who has a heart condition, dies because of you, I'll never forgive you. And I was like, just get that over with right now, because I'm not doing anything for you. I'm not even going to see your mom ever.
Yeah, guilt tripping.
So
like
much
crazy.
guilt that they put on you. I felt that guilt and I complied. I bent the knee to the system. I listened to every single thing because I'm going to be honest. I believed wholeheartedly in my government that people were adults and that they were making adult decisions and had my best interest in mind. Just having this conversation with you right now just solidifies more and more to me that it's not okay to just put your head in the sand and just pretend like everything's okay.
No, you can't. And here's the thing. If you haven't drawn a line, and it's like, I went and had that conversation with my wife, like right away. I go, look, I can go get the shot. I don't know what the outcome is. I don't want it. I don't want to do it. I'm worried about all the things. I have some moral problems with it as well because of the way that it was developed. And we've talked about this. And she's like, you can't get it under any circumstances. The difference between you and me in that case was that my wife said no. I had one other person who I know is going to stay with me no matter what, who looks at me and says, whatever happens, I'm in this together. And like, so just kind of a little background. This is like a sappy religious part of, or sappy romantic part. When my wife and I got married, they say you're supposed to give somebody old something new and then something and something blue. I don't know what it is. Something borrowed and something blue. You guys know this?
Yeah.
When you get married?
Phrase.
Okay. So it's a little.
No.
It's a rhyme. So something old, the bride is supposed to carry something old, something new, something borrowed, and something blue. I don't know where the hell this comes from or who said it or why anyone says it, but someone reminded me of it. So I got my wife these 3 little bangle bracelets. They were not very expensive. They were hand stamped out by this cool lady on Etsy. And they are little bracelets and they say something on the outside and they say something on the inside. They're little messages. And one of the messages, it said, from here on out, from here to like here until the end of time, on the inside, it says, it's you and me against the world. And like, that was the mindset of not just me, but also my wife. We have this idea. It's like, it's a biblical idea. A man leaves his parents and clings to his wife and become one, right? Like that is that my wife and I are inseparable on that. Like I've had people go like, does your wife know you talk like that? I'm like, there is zero daylight between my wife and I and our opinions. If you heard her mouth, you would be terrified. She swears like a sailor. She says mean things. She thinks all the worst things about you that I think too. So what, we are very, very closely aligned. And when she said, don't get this shot under any circumstances, we'll figure it out. I go, I'm going to lose the job. She goes, I know. I said, we're going to have to sell the house. She said, I know. I said, I don't know how I'm going to earn a living. She said, you're going to figure something out. Wow. I said, okay, we're going to liquidate all the stuff we have. We're going to have to, start speaking out loudly, and we're going to also lose our anonymity. And that's the biggest thing that I told the Bureau in our lawsuit. It's not that I lost the job. And it's not that I lost my faith in government, which I did serve as a military veteran, and I got about 10 years of military service and law enforcement combined. So the time that I spent working for this organization, that's gone. I don't have any trust in that. My 5-year-old daughter, she's 8 now, told me that the FBI is our enemy. At 5, gents.
Base.
She's way ahead of you guys. She's way ahead of any of us. Okay. When that's where you're at, where your 5-year-old and your 4-year-old, and now my girls are, 8 and 7, and my son is about to be 5, and my youngest is 2, and they're all going to grow up knowing that the federal government is an enemy of this family because of what they did to this family. And that doesn't mean that everybody who works there is, but the entity that is the federal government is not to be trusted with any power because they've already shown what they would do arbitrarily.
And I feel the same way after what's been done to us with the government funding of the lawsuits.
Of course.
All of it. I mean, I know you cover that with my dad frequently. For people that just want to be normal and just want to be good and just want to exist in the world and do their job and pay their taxes, they don't really want to confront the idea that, something rotten is going on in the state of Denmark, right? And I think for you, Tim, like you're pursuing a career, you're trying to get educated, you're trying to just be real. Hey, the system is supposed to take care of me and protect me and allow me to do what I want as an individual. And what you discover is you really have to fight for that right to do things as an individual.
Yeah. And I was too trusting, honestly. I think I just blindly believed.
They ran a weaponized program on you. It's not your fault. Like we were all abused. Like we've all been poisoned. We've all been lied to. We've all been spied on. We're all in this together.
And you know what they did during that time period? They made his father, they made everybody associated. I didn't have the pleasure of knowing you during that time period, but had you been at this level at that point in time, they would have pointed to this group of people and they would have said, they are trying to deceive you. Don't listen to these people. people, suppress them, make sure nothing that their agenda doesn't get pushed, and they're liars.
They don't have a right to
They called your dad schizo, man.
Yeah, they called my dad schizo, and they said he didn't have the right to speak. They said they wanted to chop his legs off. How is that legal? How is that legal? It's endorsed by the government.
Look, this is when the government stops serving. It doesn't have the purpose. Okay, it has a task. It's good at it. It was very effective at making Alex Jones a pariah to anybody that was sensible or rational or reasonable, right? That's all the time. My mother-in-law at one point said, I'm fine with whatever the worst thing that could happen to Alex Jones. I think she said something to that effect. And
I've heard it many times. I've heard it from everybody liberal that I've met in Austin. There's like
she lives in Connecticut.
Yeah.
So imagine that.
Yeah.
So she lives in Connecticut, and she's a nice lady, and she's a good grandmother, and I don't have negative things to say about her, but I think it's funny when she tells me something about Alex Jones, and it's like, have you ever really listened to Alex? I would never. It's like, yeah, of course not. God forbid. I listen to everybody that I disagree with. I do it on a frequent basis. I do it intentionally. I go listen to Rachel Maddow because I think what she's saying, she's too smart to be saying the things she's saying because I think they are dangerously dumb. Sure. But I listen to him because I want to know what she says. If I have someone that I would think would be my enemy, and here's the other crazy thing, gents, I guarantee you this, if I sat down with the most like extreme left-wing, blue-haired lesbian in Austin, Texas, I guarantee we could find 75% of the things we would agree on that are really actually important in life. And so that is the real thing. It's like you've got me focusing in on minutia and stuff like hypotheticals that I have. If I had the choice, if they're like, Kyle, you're king for a day, what would you do? And I'm like, I'm repealing every amendment after the 15th, 16th and on. I'm done with it. No more federal income tax. No more direct election of senators. No more women's right to vote, suffrage. Like I would get rid of all that. So I would just right up the line. And then it's like,
well, you see that it doesn't work. If we don't have those amendments, then we can't go to war. We can't do all of the conflicts. We can't have the power struggles that we want. And specifically around Iran, it's specifically the things that you are saying about are the reason why we're probably out there. Give us your take on that too.
I think that the anti-federalists were correct. If you guys know the sort of the debate that took place,
Hamilton, yeah,
right, late 1780s, going into 1790, as they approved the Constitution, it was that they were concerned they just had overcome what they thought was an oppressive government, which had nothing on what our government does. And what they wanted to do was try to figure out how do we put in enough checks, how do we put in enough roadblocks so that government can never get there. And they came up with the Bill of Rights, which was the compromise with the anti-federalists, who were correct in the end. And up until we got to 1913, this country didn't have the ability for centralized power because it didn't have the ability to pull money. They could convince it out of the states, but they couldn't directly tax the person. And right about, that's what the 16th Amendment is. For people who don't know, it authorized a federal income tax. It was sold to the American people as a way to make sure the quote unquote rich paid their fair share. Just think about where that comes from. Think about what it means. Once you sell that to people, and that's the oldest sin, right? The first one is pride, and the second one is greed or avarice, envy, take your pick. It's a biblical problem where they sold it like these rich people are not paying their fair share and they should be tapped and we should take money. They actually sold the 16th Amendment to the average person, saying that they were going to go after high net worth and high income individuals. And what did it do? It turned the working class and the poor into wage slaves.
Road to hell, paved with those good intentions, right?
That's it.
Yeah, that's what they always say.
It's so simple. So here's the deal. Yeah, without that capability, without the ability to tax and reach into, you guys know what prima nocta is, or the concept of it?
Yeah, when the king can screw your wife, something like that.
So that didn't even exist. That's like a myth. It's something that was like, it's just like, there's not evidence that was really a thing, but it's something we talked about. So yeah, the right of first night, where some noble, whatever, gets the first night with the peasant's wife. And so that is the idea of like a really major imbalance, especially something as sacred as marriage. And that's what the government has with your paycheck. They get first grab of anybody who has a W-2 employment. They get to reach into your pocket first. It's their money, and then they give you whatever's left. And you can do it with your kids at Halloween. Let them go out there and collect all the Halloween candy. They pour it out in front of you, and then you carve off like a third of it, and you say, okay, well, this is yours. I took all that I wanted. And they look at you like, what in the world? It's like, welcome to taxes. That's what federal income tax is. And by the way, we're not done yet, because we're also going to tax you for Medicare. And then we're going to tax you for Social Security. And then we're going to spend all those monies too and not be able to actually fund those programs. So the federal government has proven that it's not capable of managing money. It's the worst system of everything, including when it's the only system that can do it. So I always say this is my kind of my catchphrase, if you will, but government is the worst answer to every problem, including when it's the only answer. There are some things that, like, it has to be government. It has to be a public option, like law enforcement, probably has to be not individually interested. It probably has to be funded by all of us. And yet it's still going to suck. we have to acknowledge that it's going to be a problem. So
yeah, the wars are self-perpetuating, right? Like there's a whole industry and business and organization to it all. And it's a lot like the CIA, right? Like the president will give them a directive and they'll still be following it decades and decades later on into the future. With what you're seeing develop in Iran, do you think that the public will ever get the full story about the decision that was made to strike? Do you think that it'll always just be a vague narrative? What do you think our real reason was for going into Iran?
The pop culture answer is that it's about Israel's sort of concerns. I'm sure that some of it has to weigh in on some level that it is an Israeli concern and a threat there. The argument that Israel is essentially like the least expensive battleship, or the least expensive aircraft carrier that we have in the Middle East. Like there is an argument to be said that having bases there, fine. I think it's probably more about China. If anybody's kind of looking at the sort of a broader.
Someone said it.
It's about Chicoms. Chicom is Chinese. My dad. Sorry.
I love it. It's true though. Yeah. It's the Chicom. It's their access to oil, and so it gives them some things. There's some significant sort of capabilities there. That's the same reason I think that Venezuela needed to be done the way that it was. So that all ends up being maybe Trump taking a broader and a more aggressive stance on China. The issue is, and I do think that we have some antiquities that need to be handled. Like the Constitution says that Congress has the power to declare war, but it doesn't say how it can be done. And so if we had a real serious government, if we had a government composed of adults that wouldn't go and try to make you stick stuff up your nose and get a shot that you don't want to get, we would have people that would say, look, in the modern information age, we need to have the ability to do a secret vote for declaration of war. We need to authorize the president so he can take it to his office and he can go forward and declare war. And anybody who exposes it prior to the first, like whatever the open attack is like, going to be hung for treason, that kind of thing, because they're giving aid and comfort to the enemies. And so we're going to put some real aggressive teeth in, but we should be able to declare war without everyone seeing it until we do it. That would be the right answer. You guys get a knock on the door?
No, we have a little dog gate to keep Rupert off the studio, and it fell down. I thought it landed on his giant noggin, but it didn't. He wasn't there. But here's the thing. We're doing this in my dining room, okay? I've converted my dining room into a studio. So this is me and Tim sitting at a 5-foot table talking to Kyle Seraphin.
Yes. Well, look, I'm sitting in this could be a bedroom or a media room in my rental house. And so, yeah, again, this is the reason why the signal can't be stopped. This is what happened during COVID, for whatever it's worth, that will make, however many thousand people end up seeing this thing. The folks that are watching it are the reason why they can't pull over the bullshit on you anymore. Excuse my language. But this is why. We watched people move the goalposts. We saw, and there were enough logical, intelligent, capable thinkers who either got the shot or didn't, but looked at it afterwards and did their own sort of they did a postmortem on their experience. And they went, doesn't it usually take like a year before we get the updated death stats from every single place in the country? How was someone running a real-time ticker of COVID deaths on the side of CNN and Fox News?
That was the thing that got me. Kyle, oh my God, I love you, dude.
It's illogical to think that crime stats can be given in real time. They're almost always a quarter in arrears. We always re-update them. You sure as hell are not getting death stats out of every single county reporting in real time to CNN. That was nonsense.
That was Johns Hopkins. They were smart. They knew what was happening, right?
It's the authority, and you're supposed to trust the authority, just like with the FBI and the other 3-letter agencies.
100%.
That's it. So what we're talking about, though, is basically we watched the media apparatus. We watched whatever the sort of governmental, the governmental power that wanted to push forward something, move their own goalposts that they set up, and we watched them move it in real time and tell us that it didn't happen. And in the age of the internet, in the age of searchable timelines and AI analysis of what were previous video clips. I can go to X right now and pop into Grok and ask them, hey, what was a video clip when Donald Trump said that we shouldn't have war with Syria? Boom. What was Donald Trump's 5 major speech points on what days? Was he talking about Iran and whether or not we should have war there? Boom, 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 boom. And it'll tell me what network aired it and where it was, and other people that spoke at the rally. Like, we have weaponized intelligence as well. And until we have something like China has, where they can actually filter the internet for us, as long as we have a relatively open system, then they can't do that anymore. And so they're working on outdated models of lies, which is why if you go to social media right now, whether it be on Facebook or Reddit, or if you go to X, what you'll see are swarms of people saying very similar messages that even if you didn't like the war, you have to support the troops. Like, no, F you, dude. I don't have to do anything. I'm a citizen. I don't have to do whatever you want. And you can't grassroots this AstroTurf garbage and try to act like something that didn't get said previously got said. It got said. He said no new wars. We've already lost 3 people. Those are 3 men, most likely, who will never be able to watch their children grow up.
Yes.
I have friends that, you know, that didn't come back to their kids. And many people who are old enough to remember, you got a GWAT veteran friend, you got somebody who didn't come back the same, or they, you know, have a buddy that you know, my friend, and how many of them have lost to suicide? My buddy Garrett, also an FBI whistleblower, you know, he's been to like 6 funerals from guys from his Iraq unit. Like he's one of the last 3 or 4 guys left of 12. There's just not many people that didn't, you know, they walked away not unscathed. So this will hurt people for a very long time. And so
I saw was 76,000 suicides. And that's probably a low number too. And that's
4K only died from actual combat, 76K suicides.
Because you got to think about what you've done or what you've seen other people done or what you've witnessed or what you've witnessed your government do, right?
It's even darker than that. It's guys that get out and they're like, I had a purpose. I don't know what my purpose is anymore. This is what happens in law enforcement and firefighters too.
I'm a fighter. I'm supposed to fight. Are you telling me I can't fight anymore? What am I supposed to do? Yeah, 100%. I've met plenty of those guys as well.
Yeah, like exactly that. It's like, well, what is my purpose? If my purpose is not protector, warrior, you know, dealer of violence, how do I transition that mission? And we don't do a good job of doing that. It's also the fault of the military on that. And I think it's the fault of society to not, you know, we always used to laugh. Like there are dudes that need to be at war. Yeah, everyone knows those people. Like they're the guys that want to like have a bar fight for no reason. They're the guys that like you need to put them in a place that's dangerous so they can hurt other people because that's what they're good at. And they're known as like the worst troops in garrison. So you bring them home and they just like, you know, they screw other people's wives or they go rob a bank or like they just do like illogical
break glass in case of war type of people. Yes.
Yeah, we need those. And we've always had those kind of people and we used to have a good place for them. And, you know, there's only so many we can have. But again, I also think that the mindset of having kind of like the dual hatted, you know, warrior / actual worker, the National Guard model, it turns out like we didn't have a standing army for a lot of the time that the United States was in existence.
We were the standing army. Yes.
In theory, yeah. And this is what happens though when your government doesn't trust you to be that, right? I mean, if you're being honest about it, why is the Second Amendment such a big deal? Why do people on the left continue to engage in curtailing it? And why does the right always go with it? Because when I look at left and right, you know, at the major political parties, I look at this. I think that Democrats think that every single problem can be solved with more government, and Republicans think that every government problem can be solved with more government. So they're doing mostly the same thing. Mm-hmm. One of them is just driving the speed limit, it turns out. The other one's just driving as fast as possible, but they're not going different places.
It's so nice to see somebody who's not just so politicized. That's the whole reason why we started this show. I mean, Rex came from a more conservative background. I came from a more liberal background. As we started having conversations, we realized, like, hold on. Yeah, we're not each other's enemies, and we both moved towards the center over the course of our lifetime.
And that's the thing is, like, here's the thing. I'm a centrist now, but I'm not a centrist in case, like, hey, man, I'm sitting on a fence. Let's all get along. I take positions from the left that I think are legitimate. Exactly. I take positions from the right that I think are legitimate. And I say, we're not a donkey. We're not an elephant. We're fucking human beings. Okay, to pardon my language. And we're not doing this anymore. We're going to examine the governmental systems. We're going to find out who rules us, who owns us, how these bureaucracies actually work. And that's what the gray area is about. You're the perfect guest for the show.
Perfect guest for the show.
Perfect guest
because you have the knowledge base to understand what happens behind the curtains, which is what we're looking for.
That's right.
But then you're also very critical of whoever's just doing wrong. It's just wrong. And you're not necessarily the beautiful part about this interview is you did not try to spin it in a way that leaned towards a particular side just to appeal to a base. And that's super critical. And we need more of that.
Absolutely.
I mean, my base are just regular people at the end of the day. My base are parents. Like I talked to a guy the other day and he was super excited about analog life. And he makes t-shirts that are like, 80s meme type, whatever messaging. And he hates the Republicans and he hates the Democrats. He's just like a goofy, weird dude. And he had all these wild theories. He would have been a great like InfoWars watcher probably.
Right.
And, some of the stuff I'm like, I don't know if that's real or not, but you know what? He spent like 6 years working in the Navy on military intelligence stuff. So he's got access to different information than I do too. And he was just a wild, zany dude. But at the end of the day, we had in common, we both wanted our kids to be more educated. We wanted them to be safe. We wanted them to be happy. We thought it was super cool when they learned neat skills. His daughter was learning Latin and he was really excited about that. And I remember learning Latin when I was a kid. And I was like, yeah, it's freaking cool to have a parent look down and then want their kid to have something that they don't have access to or didn't have access to, and he's given it to her. And it's like, that's what America was about. Can I give my kids a better life? And this is my generation in particular, like people in their 30s and 40s are looking at really one of the first Americas where they're not 100% sure they're handing them a better America, because everybody I know that's my age bracket, and that goes down about 5 years younger, maybe 6 or 7 years younger, and certainly most of the people older than me, if we could push a red button that would get rid of the internet, yes, we wouldn't have this conversation. Yes, we wouldn't have been able to meet this way. But we used to know people in real life. We used to actually have like human relationships that were so much more real. You guys ever watch stand up?
Yes.
Yes. Watch. Sorry, the dog. He's crazy.
Yeah, that happens. That's also important. What's his name? Gal Scalco. What's his name? Simon something. You know what I'm talking about? There's a comedian, Gal Scalco, something like that. Anyway, somebody will put it in the chat. They'll know what I'm talking about. He does this bit about how back in the day when I was growing up, if people came and knocked on your door and company showed up, like that was a holiday, like that was an exciting moment. Someone at your door, it was like, we've got company. And so like, everybody's like, opening the door, like, come on in. Like, can you stay? Would you like to have dinner with us? Can we bring up some more chairs? Like, we're so excited to see people at our door. Imagine someone knocks on your door today. Either of you. How many of you, are you psyched that someone's at your door?
No.
Nobody is. I'm not psyched. I grab a gun. I'm like, what the hell's going on outside of my house? How dare you come to my door without letting me know? And why was that? Because we didn't actually interrupt, we interrupted each other's lives to be part of each other's lives. In my childhood, there was not I updated my Facebook status so everyone knows what I'm doing. I texted out to the group chat so everyone knows where I'm going or what I'm doing. If somebody wanted to know what I was up to, they would have to either knock on my door, pick up the phone and call me. And so we intimately got like a lot more real connections with each other's. Now we have all these proxy things. So I know what my buddies are up to, but I don't see them. Even people in my own town, I don't see. And so we want our kids to have that kind of experience, at least I do, of that human connection. And I think a lot of parents are going to end up to the right. I think any like men who end up having babies are going to be to the right of both political parties, because we just want them to have a good life. And that means that it's going to be closer to what you called center, but it's right of both political discords. It's just center for like 25 years ago.
Right.
Sure. The country's changed so much, man. Powerful transmission, powerful broadcast. Thank you for being here with us tonight. We hope we can do this again, honestly.
This was, I didn't know you were based in Austin. I was like, he never told me that.
You're
like,
about away from us. Where we're at right now.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, we got to meet up sometime. You're a great standing guy, and you surpassed every expectation. I didn't know what to expect to begin with, but you set the bar.
I know you were
extremely high.
Jens, it was nice talking to both of you guys. I really enjoyed it. And even for Sunday night when my daughter goes, are you going to go do a sit down? I go, yeah, honey, I'm going to go do an interview. And she's like, okay. I usually don't do stuff on Sundays, but it was very nice joining you guys on this Sunday.
I like that.
We appreciate you. We appreciate you taking the time out of your family as well as your own personal time to do this. It really means a lot to us, and it means a lot to our audience.
Yeah.
We definitely have to be doing this again. Maybe we do it on a different day to respect your family time, but
we'll make it work, gents. I like talking to you. It was nice, and hopefully people get some benefit out of that. I hope they walk away with a couple points. I used to do a lot of tactical training, and the guys that were the best, like Delta Force operators, FBI HRT, they're like, you could spend all week at something, and that's a lot like doing a long podcast like this. If you walk away with one thing that you learn that you can do later or you can apply, then you're winning. And so, you're not going to remember everything we talked about, but if you walk away with one thing of value, we're like, aha, I actually agree with this, or I don't agree with this, and here's why. At least I know why I don't agree with it. Then you win. So thanks for listening.
We're going to steal what you just said, because that's what we've poorly tried to elaborate on. That's what the gray area is. It's if you can take value from this show, we're happy to do it for you. That's what it is. So thank you very much.
Where can people find you real quick before we hop off? X is your main platform, right?
Yeah, I'm on YouTube. I'm on Rumble. I'm on X, so people can find me there. You can find me at Kyle Seraphin. So it's just my name. It's very easy to find. And if you want to listen to the podcast, I'll give people a good primer. Go listen to last Friday's episode, not this recent one, but before. It was called Gunboat Diplomacy, and I had a former NSA and a retired FBI guy and a guy who did a bunch of time in military intelligence. We talked about the conflict in Iran, and he's a very sober geopolitical analyst. So definitely want to go check that out. And so it's Gunboat Diplomacy. You can find it at KyleSeraphinShow.com, which is where I do my pod. Pipe that in, go find it. There's a picture of like an aircraft carrier or something. And it's a good one. It's one of those things where you'll learn something if you didn't know it before.
Wow.
Badass.
Well, we appreciate you being on the show, Kyle. You're welcome anytime. We definitely want to continue these conversations.
Indeed.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right.
Wow. Well, that was the great Kyle Seraphin. And this ain't the Alex Jones Show. We had 3,000 live viewers in here tonight. That's a big deal for us.
That's a big deal for us. And we appreciate every single one of you guys that is in here tonight. This is what we do. This is a Sunday.
This is the gray area.
This is the gray area.
It's literally what he said. It's like the mission is, hey, if you're working hard on something for a week, these special forces guys, if they learn one thing, they're happy. And 100%. That's especially with the deep dive that we're going to get into tonight.
100%. And you know, the whole thing is it's all about being uncensored. These are real conversations.
Absolutely.
Nothing about these conversations are curated to make you feel like, oh, we're trying to push a specific thing. It's what you make out of it. But the whole point is you have to have information and you have to have discernment on that information.
Yes.
And you also need to be able to come to the table and have these conversations.
And this is why, Tim, this is why we get the top guests. And it hasn't even been a thing of us going like, ooh, like who can we get that's the most viral, that's the most cool? It's like this guy has the best information. This guy has the best sources. This guy has the best topics. Let's get him on the show. Even with most of our callers, man. Like everybody, it's a high level show. It's a high level broadcast. And that's the thing we're proud to do here.
100%. And we thank every single one of you guys that are in here tonight.
Yeah, follow Truism Tim on X. I'm going to interrupt you again.
Go ahead.
Follow Truism Tim on X. If you're here, you're probably watching this live through my X profile. Also on my X profile, right up there in the header, Truism Tim. Tim puts in a lot of work on the shows, puts in a lot of work on the deep dives. We're going to get into that tonight. You're going to want to stick around to it, talking Iran war causality and just the entire situation over there in the Middle East. If you want to support the show, if you want to help us grow, follow Truism Tim on X and follow Gray Area Talks.
100%. If you're on YouTube, follow that. If you're on Rumble, follow that. If you're on X, follow that. But all of those are linked in the Gray Area bio as well as my bio. I will also have those linked.
Dude, we just got the Due Dissidents raid.
Did we? Did.
Okay, we're covering Iran war tonight. We're doing deep dive tonight. We just had Kyle Seraphin on for 2 hours. Welcome to the Sunday special. Holy shit.
This is a big thing.
Yeah.
This is like Rex's like number one show.
My favorite show.
He's definitely
it's my favorite show. It's the best show on the internet. It's true.
So we appreciate Due Dissidents being in here. Typically on Sundays, we get into the deep dive. The deep dive gives you more context than what you realize about a specific topic. Something to learn from. Tonight's topic, of course, is going to be on Iran, but it's going to talk about specifically how did this all happen? What is it about Iran in the Middle East that's so appealing for people to just not leave this region alone? And then also, I wanted to understand, like, why is Iran in this situation to begin with? Like, what is their history? What is their past? What is the reason why they have the politics? How is their politics government and their government system structured? You're going to find out every single one of those things. But before we even go in that, we still want to cover some of the current news, right?
We want to cover a lot of it. Quite a doozy. I mean, Trump lied, people died. That's my opinion on the current situation. But yeah, go ahead and use the bathroom. I've got a 6-page Google Doc that we're working off of. I've got a ton of crazy clips of explosion, damage, declarations of war from Trump, the UK saying they may join the war. You know what? Let me just give a little wrap up on what's been going on. So I think it was 2 days ago, maybe 2.5 days ago, joint strikes from America and Israel began upon Iran. Okay, the supreme leader is killed pretty much immediately. That's the data that's come out later. A number of key leadership targets are hit as well. And the situation descends into full chaos. Trump declares war, states that there will be American casualties, but quote unquote, that's what happens in a war. 3 American service members have since died. The entire region is on fire. All of our military bases in surrounding Gulf states, whether that's UAE, Saudi Arabia, others, Dubai, every single place is on fire. The situation continues to develop and is rapidly escalating and remains out of control. It has been out of control since the very beginning. The Iranians have shut down the Strait of Hormuz, impacting global travel. The price of oil is already up to $80 a barrel, likely projected to hit $100 a barrel by the end of the week. Welcome to Hell World. Gave a little roundup there. Are we ready, crew? Are we ready to pull up a few clips here?
Yeah, I think Andrew's taking over.
All right, Andrew's taking over. I want to go. Let's go back to 3 because we got a lot of people joining us. I want to go back to. Actually, no. I want to start on page 1. Let's play Trump Lies compilation. And that's from Luke Radowski, right there. Let's play Trump Lies compilation. Let's see what they said was going to go on.
Well, he ran on a lot of things, and
the peace president. Yes, the peace president.
Well, you see,
what a sick joke.
I want that Nobel Peace Prize. Obama got a peace prize. I didn't get a peace prize.
I should get a bigger one. It should be a slightly bigger medal.
They should rename it Trump.
The Trump Prize.
The Trump Prize.
He would totally do that. 100%. He would totally do that. Well, let's play the Trump Lies.
The war in Iraq, we spent $2 trillion, thousands of lives. We don't even have it. Iran is taking over Iraq with the second largest oil reserves in the world. Obviously, it was a mistake. So George Bush made a mistake. We can make mistakes, but that one was a beauty. We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East.
But so you still think he should be impeached?
I think it's my turn, isn't it? You do whatever you want. You call it whatever you want. I want to tell you. They lied. Okay. They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There were none, and they knew there were none. There were no weapons of mass destruction.
Okay, all right.
The war...
Oh, but so there's a nuclear weapon for 30 years. There's a nuclear weapon for 30 years. It's literally the same story. It's a WMD. And there are reasons why we might do the military operation, but they didn't have a nuke. We lied about this, and we've continued to lie about it. What do you think of this?
You
don't like me, Tim. I'm not your favorite guy.
It's the boy who cried wolf at this
Sure.
point. Now, I don't doubt that there's some type of, nuclear program in some capacity, but it's probably not the extent in which we have to have a new justification. I don't trust the whole story is basically what I'm saying. I think at some point they really were trying to develop a nuclear program, and they have done several attempts by killing their officials and the people who were developing that technology. But there's always more to the story. I think that's just one angle, but it's the one that's the scariest to latch onto, which justifies the reason. Just like, Venezuela and the drugs. But even that's a worst case scenario.
Yeah, 1% of the fentanyl, all of it. Let's roll the next clip of Dear Leader, Donald Trump.
We've spent $8 trillion in the Middle East. And we're not fixing our roads in this country? How stupid is it? And we're not fixing our highways, our tunnels, our bridges, our hospitals even, our schools even. It's crazy. We've spent
Okay, so here he's talking about the things that Americans really care about. And this is one of the reasons why Americans, including myself, voted for him. We thought that we were going to focus on domestic things and fixing things for Americans and actually spending that money on things that would benefit us, right? You cut the corporate tax rate, that's $800 billion. You send $600 billion to Ukraine and Israel. At the end of the day, that's $1 trillion that you didn't spend on making the American people's lives better. So it's so disgusting to me.
Take a guess how much one Tomahawk missile costs every time we launch one.
Let's see. I want to say 2 million.
Ooh, good guess.
Yeah, I'm just averaging it out. Thinking
it's
about
between 1 to 2.
Yeah, there's different varieties.
Sure. I think some of them can get up to 3. But imagine we have all of those missiles on most of our assets out there.
Sure.
And those are the ones they're launching too.
Well, and that's
you get a tax
and
dollar.
That's we got Trump ghost voice. We'll play the rest of the Trump clips. Let's go through them. Mr. Donald J. Trump.
America's interest is sometimes going to be distinct. Sometimes we're going to have overlapping interests, and sometimes we're going to have distinct interests. And our interest, I think, very much is in not going to war with Iran. Right. It would be huge.
What happened? What happened to all? And the people, if you come out and criticize it and you say these people lied and people are dying, people will tell you that you're not trusting the plan, that you're not a fan of these people, and that you're kicked off the team. We don't want to be on your team. we just don't want people to die ultimately, right? And it seems like that's what he's saying there.
Ooh, we got a super chat out here. Go ahead and highlight that.
Yes, I will. Thank you. GHU81. Iranian-operated Russian Su-35 jets are attacking a U.S. base in Iraq. I believe it. Is that happening live? Is that developing? Andrew, can you go ahead and try to find that story?
That would be quite the development.
I will leave it up for a little while. I've got so many clips and articles. I've got France moving their aircraft carrier into the region. I've got Trump claiming that we've already destroyed their Navy. I've got the Iranian military claiming 530 American service members dead, which we know isn't true. That would have leaked.
100%. And Andrew, if you find it on like an article, that's also fine. I doubt we'll find a video on that.
Yeah. Thank you for the super chat letting us know. That's very key and very important. If you super chat to the show, you're always going to get your message read and you're always going to get your message displayed.
Also, we have a different feature. That's Rumble. I think they did a super chat.
That's very cool.
We're not quite monetized on YouTube yet, so there's no super chat feature there. But if you do want to have your message read out loud and do a text to speech, go ahead and in that top right corner, you see super chats read live. If you do, and let me quickly pull this over real quick.
Go ahead.
I'll pull up this banner for you guys so that you guys can actually get your super chats read. We have a site here, and it's called streamlabs.com/gray area talks. If you go here, I know Honey Badger has done a really good job of, having his super chats on here. You go to this site, you can get your super chat read. It'll cause us to pause and actually listen and see.
It encourages us. You hold a gun to our head.
You hold a gun to our head, and we're not paying attention very often because we're in the midst of things. We're having conversations.
Yes.
But if you go here, you do that, you'll have a text to speech. We'll stop the stream. We'll listen to what you guys have to say. Also, if you just want to support, that is a very good way to support the channel. Everything that goes into that goes back into the show.
Production, team, everything.
Nothing goes back into our own personal pockets. We are pouring into the show, and we therefore are trying to pour into you guys. So we appreciate any support that you guys can give.
That's 100% right. It looks like on Andrew's screen, we've got a news story.
Yeah, go ahead. Play that. It better not be one of those freaking what do they call it? Oh, it's just a picture
from U.S. Homeland Security News.
Can you zoom
update,
in? I'm trying to make sure that's not a video game.
Update: Iran launches. It's just an image of jets. Iran launches air attacks on U.S. base in, I cannot read whatever that is, Mayan Aya, Iraq, using Russian Su-35 fighter jets. Yeah, here's the thing. The escalation ladder is going to go up and up and up and up because this is a full air campaign. This is a full missile campaign. This is a real war. And for people that have been defending this online, calling it's a targeted strike. You haven't read the 1973 War Powers Act. You're a moron. You don't know Trump can do whatever he wants. This is not Yemen. This is not Venezuela. This is a full war with people that can strike back.
You are so right. Even Iraq couldn't fight back the same way because Iraq had just gone through a 8-year war with Iran,
right? We had set up and we had backed Saddam Hussein,
right? And then they invade Kuwait, right? And then through the war with Kuwait, you basically had the entire world descend on them. So by the time they have all of these conflicts, they're in debt, they can't afford anything, they have nothing to fight back with. So of course our natural response is let's just go in, do regime change while they're at a weak position. Iran is not the same.
No,
and honestly, we just martyred.
Yes,
the man that is their version of the God on earth.
And you saw how devastatingly effective the operations were with the Starlink and the Mossad and the color revolution that they attempted, right? And that caused a lot of damage to Iran. They had a lot of problems for that they had to deal with. Ultimately, they were able to squash it. And now with the killing of the supreme leader, you take a situation where, we criticize them all the time. You cannot say that Israel and America aren't incredibly effective at what they do. At war fighting, at espionage, at infiltration, very, very, very good.
I would say Israel's the best in the world.
Yeah, I would totally agree.
There's no doubt in my mind at this point after they did that
but
what are the Pacers or whatever?
The pagers, yes. The pagers that exploded. Yes, 100%. But you look at that and it's kind of like a chess master that's drunk and they've thrown away a lot of their pieces, right? Because when they played that Starlink card, Iran got help from Russia to shut that down.
Right.
And now when you kill the supreme leader, he wasn't at a bunker. He wasn't buried inside a mountain like I thought he was. I heard this from Scott Ritter. I believe that it's confirmed. He was just at his house. So they knew where he was at.
And they did the daytime strike on purpose because Iran was used to these nighttime strikes.
Guys. That's right.
So at the point at which they're anticipating the U.S. doing these overnight strikes, they're just going about their day doing planning, they're doing meetings, and they're doing them out of their normal buildings. So this was the last thing they expected. I will say the United States and United States and Israel, look, as much as we criticize, we're pretty scary. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, no,
pretty scary to
know.
Empire.
We're empire. Like that's the truth. Like you can't argue with it.
Trump is flexing the ultimate American muscle and basically showing like I almost thought like we weren't capable of anything under Biden.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. And this isn't me like being like, oh yeah, Trump got him. Yeah, we need more war.
You can't say it's like we're for real now.
Huh?
We're for real.
Oh
now.
yeah,
we're operating in
F around find FAFO, like right. Like
even if you don't agree with FAFO, like that is what's going on. Like they're saying you didn't obey, you didn't bend the knee. Like that's literally openly what he said. Like we will destroy you unless you capitulate.
And the most unfortunate part was the reason why I supported Trump during 2024.
Same.
Was because I was like, we don't have a backbone. We just bend it over backwards for anybody. Right? Like Ukraine.
You want
like,
peace through strength, but real peace through strength.
It was. I thought it was. I was like, okay, Trump is going to come in. He's going to be able to scare people. I didn't think he was going to be this scary. I didn't think he was going to go in.
He's scary as hell.
Drop in, freaking Delta Force, take out somebody's president, no casualties, snatch and grab Maduro, and then now take out like literally the top leaders, including the ultimate supreme leader, all in like such a. This is like 2 months. It's like a 2-month span. This is absolutely insane. This isn't something that we've ever really seen.
No.
in such rapid succession.
And that's the thing I talk about. The escalation is like, where does this end up, right? And you can say, well, Russia and China are involved in their own things and they don't want to be involved, blah, 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 blah. It's just like we talked about earlier with Syria, right? Like there are second, third, fourth order causalities to these things. And you go, well, why are we helping the Ukrainians? Why are we doing this? Massive loss of life, massive loss of treasure, massive loss of blood. Well, we wanted to secure the Middle East for ourselves, and Syria was a big part of that. We had to get rid of Assad. So even if it is a big loss for us, just because the Russians have to pull out temporarily and they don't have the support, if we can get one country to fall, we will do anything. We'll literally do anything possible. Like CIA people probably line up in the breach, get ready to die just so that one of these countries will fall.
Oh,
be like, please, like I'm on my deathbed, I'm about to die. Please let me do another suicide mission so we can topple Iran. Please just let me do it.
I'm itching.
Yeah. Like holding blood beast. Yeah, exactly.
Let me quickly get the super chat up. We appreciate this.
Damn, $10, man. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it. We are genuinely enjoying the stream tonight. We're not over. We still got plenty more.
Deep dive.
We got deep dive still lined up.
We got news blitz.
We got news blitz still coming in.
Here, go ahead and Andrew, if you would, can we go to that the page where it says war? The thing with all war tags. It starts off with massive crater in Jerusalem after strike. Would you get those loaded in so we can kind of just go panel to panel to panel because we want to show people what's going on?
Yeah, and take your time, get that up there.
Yeah, no rush, absolutely no rush.
I'm going to read this super chat from 81. Haifa power plant destroyed from Hezbollah. Remember, Hezbollah was finished. Bibi fled to Berlin, Germany during the war.
Ain't that ironic? Going to Germany to escape the conflict.
Now, I'm curious whether he was going to Germany to escape it or whether he was actually just going for the purpose of like communication.
No, he's there. He's stayed. He hasn't come back.
I mean, why would you come back?
Yeah, I mean, his son and his wife, they're in Miami.
Are they?
Yeah, I saw photos today. They're in Miami. So well,
yeah.
The thing is like when these things happen, the leadership always decentralizes itself. Like they're like, fuck that. Like you people deal with it.
Well, and like, Trump sitting in the White House, right? No one would dare attack America directly. So, they get to make these decisions from thousands of miles away.
No
and they're
like,
hey,
America.
They're like, hey, let your grandma deal with the consequence of that,
sure,
right? We don't
absolutely.
really care over here.
Absolutely.
We're just going to do whatever we need to do.
But here's the thing. You were right because I said this was going to happen last year and then I stretched it over to January. You said you think it's going to happen for sure. You don't know when it's going to happen, maybe a little bit longer. It's safe to say that Tim won the bet. I think it was like 3 or 4 months from us initially having the conversation and having the slight argument about it, but can't argue with it now. And I think it's like you say, going back to Venezuela, saying like, this is all in 2 months. Like this is the start of a pattern that's going to continue on forward. right?
Yeah, I don't know where we stop, right? Like, I think he's on this high of win after win after win after win. You know, Syria, you basically toppled Hezbollah.
Doing regime change. The regime change president, basically. The regime change president.
King of regime change.
Yes.
But Iran's a bit of a different story, which we will cover in the deep dive. It's not so easy to just regime change Iran. A lot bigger, more people, more resources. We got any clips up, Andrew?
Yeah, I think we do.
Okay, let's go ahead and pull up the first one here.
So we got Dubai burning.
This I would have never thought would have happened in a million. Just keep the shot up there.
They know that they've got to hit the Gulf states where it hurts, which is in the pocketbook. They've got to make it clear, hey, you are not neutral. You do not get to be neutral when you have a U.S. military base or CIA assets or Mossad assets in your country. We're going to come after you. It's going to be very interesting how places like this respond. You know, Andrew Tate has kind of been doing a one-man PR campaign for Dubai.
He's in Dubai right now, or is he in America?
The war is fake. The war is completely fake, and it's not real.
Yeah, wait till it hits your freaking hotel building.
How much are they paying you for that opinion? But hey, I get it. He likes Dubai. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. Well, maybe, you know, if you're an Instagram model getting flown out.
But when you back the animal into the corner, they're gonna do things that you can't anticipate. Like, I mean, what would you? It's like just common sense says this, right?
Sure.
What happens if America gets attacked, right? I know we've got a ton of power, but let's say the White House gets blown up and
we unleash hell. We roll tide.
Roll tide.
Roll tide.
Get them, boys.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, but,
oh my God. Yeah,
but that's genuinely what happens, right? Just because Iran's not as powerful as the United States does not mean that we don't care. Like, we're upset because this is a spiritual battle for them too. You got to think about the conviction that they have around the religion itself. We're Christian in America, but our government's kind of like far removed from it.
Nominally Christian, not really separation 100%. Of church and state.
I mean, we say, you know, we put our hand on the Bible and we also like support pedophiles and we cover up. So, you know, the separation of church and state is clearly there, right? You know,
not the separation of the fans of the playground and the government. We can't do that.
You know,
but Iran's an Islamic republic, which is what
you know, so it's like, but Iran is different. Iran has and you can cut back to us, Andrew. Iran has a deep tie with the religious culture. Say what you want about Islam, but one thing they do not play around with is Islam, I mean, Allah in the name of God and all the things that come with the religious package itself.
Absolutely.
So you're going to see we're just getting started, guys.
Let's get that video up. I see it. I mean, here's the thing. These are apocalyptic scenes. And if you don't realize, like, let's go full screen.
Go ahead, full screen.
Well, let's mute the audio on it so we can talk over it. Look at that. I believe that's the U.S. military base on fire.
And that is something not a single one of us here in America have seen. Maybe if you were in combat of some sort, but in general, you have never seen something like this.
We've got no idea.
No idea, no concept, no reference point to understand.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of in my mind is a giant tire fire, and I knew that was a tire fire. I knew it wasn't a missile. So imagine how scared you are being in this situation. Imagine being an American service member. Imagine being one of the people that's died.
Where is this?
Yeah, let's zoom out of it. Let's zoom out of it really quick because
what is it?
Breaking reports of a huge missile strike on American airbase in Qatar.
Okay, yeah, and I'll cover where
Suleiman,
and I will cover where the bases are in the deep dive and show you specifically where we do have those bases in the Gulf states. But I said this early on the stream, and I'll repeat it again right now. This conflict really has shook me to my core.
Sure, absolutely.
And cut back to us real quick. It shook me to my core because, you know, we look at it and we're so far removed from the events themselves. But then as you start to grapple and see that it's escalating, and then you have people that are directly now involved. Like I have one of my friends
over there
in my
now?
friend group left literally like 2 to 3 weeks ago. They said he said he's gonna go out there for 9 months. They're stationing him in Kuwait.
3-hour tour.
In Kuwait. It's not a coincidence that they stationed. I didn't put 2 and 2 together, 4 months ago when they said he was gonna go get stationed out there. I was like, oh, they just kind of sometimes need to go put people in different places. But no, he's in the Army. That was a strategic spot because they knew what they were gearing up for a long time ago. They weren't playing games. And my best friend told him, hey, you need to make a real decision right now, because if you go over there, you may not actually come back after 9 months.
Sure.
You might actually stay out there longer than that. And that was like, I saw his face when he told him that, and it stuck with him. But you don't really have a choice. That's the worst part.
Yes.
You follow orders. That is where your paycheck comes from.
That's right.
You have zero choice. The only way he could have gotten out of that, and he just got into a long-term relationship with somebody who he truly loves. She's dealing with it too. But the only way,
all this time,
100%,
he gets sent off to war.
And she's sobbing. I'm also friends with her. She's sobbing at home, and this is hitting home for her as well. You can't get out of it. The only way he could do is if he decided to break his leg or some type of discharge. But there's so many rules and things that they were okay, well, we will not honorably discharge you if you do something on purpose, to where you lose your pension. You lose the paycheck that they would give you for disability.
You can't shoot yourself in the foot. You don't get that option.
And the worst part, Rex, this was his last tour before he could retire.
That's double the tale as old as time. It's always that, man. And it's so brutal. You look at what happened in this country in Vietnam. You look at what's happened in this country in Korea. You look at what's happened in this country in Iraq and Afghanistan, right? And the thing is, you can make an argument as to, we got to do it because they got nuclear weapon and they threatened to run their ballistic missile. We voted against it. And I think the thing that we're realizing is our vote doesn't mean anything at all. Right. And the person can literally, with all the other presidents, you got someone like Obama, very professional. You got someone like Biden, people thought he was professional. If they go up there and they do the HR language and they do the bland talk, you're just like, well, you know what? They're evil, but the whole system is evil. And they kind of just represent the system at the end of the day.
Right.
You got Trump that comes in there, man. He promises everything that's the opposite of what's going on right now. And it's just, the word for it is hypocrisy.
It is.
It's complete hypocrisy.
No other way to describe it.
The peace president, the regime change president.
Yeah,
what is going on?
We got to stop calling stuff like Board of Peace. These phrases,
sure,
are nothing burgers.
Yeah.
How are you going to sit there and say Board of Peace? This is what we're going to do after
he's bored of peace. He wants war. He's tired of it.
Play on words. No, 100%. But how are we going to use these words to describe things that you don't truly believe? It's like starting how do I describe this? It's like starting a nonprofit that's saving people's children. And then you're on the Epstein files. It doesn't add up.
It's a good way to put it.
It doesn't add up. How are you going to say that this is my nonprofit? I support peace and all these different things, but I'm also going to be behind the scenes causing mayhem and chaos and going against the very thing. It's just a nothing burger. It's just a facade, and it's frustrating.
It's very, very frustrating. I totally agree with you, because here's the thing. We want to change. Let's go to more of the footage, okay? Because we got plenty of footage.
Go ahead and play another footage.
This is Tel Aviv. This is Israel, which is being turned into a parking lot right now because they started this war. You can't argue. Can't argue with that.
You can turn it down, I guess.
It's loud.
There you go.
Look at that. And I think the figure was $30 billion in property damage from last war.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it was that high. It's tens of billions.
And you know what's hard right now in X is you can't tell what footage happened, during the first conflict versus now. People are throwing out content, but it's all the same thing, right?
It's all death.
It's all death. It's all destruction. Whether it happened now or whether it happened months ago, those people don't have a house. Think they're going to rebuild that anytime soon?
No, we got a new super chat from GHU81. Hypersonic missiles just struck a security cabinet meeting in Tel Aviv. Around 10 plus Israeli generals are unalive.
No way.
Is that real? Is that confirmed?
Hey, Andrew, can we go search that,
Iran
please?
suspected that they were the ones who killed the supreme leader. Okay, well, we don't have that confirmed just yet. That's speculation.
Now
as we know it.
Let's go with the speculation on this one, right?
We'll theorize. Yes.
Let's theorize about this, right? Mossad and the CIA are not the only intelligence agencies.
Yes.
Iran has its own version of that. And if you don't think that they spent as much time trying to do those things, honestly, there's a strong case that Iran was potentially behind the assassination attempt of Trump.
I don't know if I buy that, but I hear you.
I'm speculating purely. I'm not really conspiracy theorist. That is not confirmed.
But that's narrative.
But it is a narrative. But there are multiple things that Iran is capable of with their own intelligence agencies. If you don't think that they haven't been, they don't have access to similar technology. They don't have. Okay, we're significantly ahead of them in technology, but again, they have countries like Russia and China that they are friends with.
Let me help you out here because I totally agree with the point you're making. The greatest advantage that they have is the disadvantage of who they have to fight against, which would be the Mossad. That's their enemy, right? So if you see like Russia, Ukraine, Russia, objectively, they have the best, most modern, most trained ground forces in the world because they've had to fight this war, right? Who has second best? And this is everyone geopolitically agrees on this. The Ukrainians, because they have to deal with the Russians on the ground. So who are the second best, nearly as good drone operators? The Ukrainians. Who are the second best, nearly as good jammers? The Ukrainians. The same way with their intelligence, and it's the same way with the Mossad, and then with the Iranian intelligence. You have to be good. You don't have an option to be bad because if the intelligence agency they have is bad, then they would have fallen already.
Right, 100%. Yeah. And the fact that they even have hypersonic missiles, we know where that technology came from, right? Russia gave them that.
Sure, Russia and China.
So here's the thing. Russia and China have a genuine interest in that region for a bunch of strategic reasons, which I will
China
go
needs
over.
Energy a lot too,
which I will go over in the deep dive. But it's not an accident that these proxy wars and all of these circumstances are happening in these regions. These are strategically important regions, guys.
Sure.
So let's go ahead and see. Angie, did you find anything on that? Probably not confirmed.
Okay, it's not confirmed, but it's good.
We got to be careful what we see on X, but again,
we keep things in speculation. We always announce that we're uncovering things just like you guys are in real time. Tim, let's just go ahead and do the deep dive. That was a very powerful interview with Kyle. We touched on a lot of points. There is one thing I do want to show, and it's at the top of the Google Doc, and it's the Americans in coffins. Because like that, beyond any explosion footage or anything we can show you tonight, that really tells the whole story. And then we'll get into causality, and then we'll wrap. Thank you for being here. This has been incredible. Stay tuned. We got another hour coming up for you.
Yeah. And for you guys who don't know what deep dives are, I'm sure there's new people in here. People are constantly turning in here. Deep dives are basically a layer deeper than you would expect on these particular topics. They're things that affect you and I back at home, things that affect around the world. And there's always gray area takes. It's not just so plain black and white, even with the situations that we see.
Sure.
And the whole thing is, I typically like to go through the history specifically because the history teaches us about the present.
That's right.
And it allows you to be aware and see things and learn from things that you thought you knew, but you realize you didn't really know it that well. I learn something every single week that I'm like challenges a belief that I
always sit here and I'm like, what am I going to learn from this? Wow. I always take away, like at least like what Kyle Seraphin said, one thing, and that grows your intelligence base, it grows your knowledge base. That's what makes you a competent human.
100%. And if you guys, while we're on our little like intermission, go ahead and repost the stream.
Yes, we're not done.
We're not done. We still have plenty more. These are things that you're going to want to know about Iran. I spent hours in order to compile these things together for you guys in a cohesive way.
Do we have the dead Americans? It should. Okay, if the video is broken on the X link, it's not a problem. Let's go to the intermission and can we show the coffins as part of the deep dive?
Yeah.
Can we do that? Let's just do that. We're going to go to intermission. Please repost, share the stream. Follow Truism Tim on X. We are not done. We're just getting started. Thank you for being here with us tonight.
Thank you, guys.
We love you.
about romance a lot. Men like Galahad and Sir Lancelot always did the things I like to do. Physically I'm not as durable, but romantically I'm incurable, and I'd like to do the same for you.
Well, I've got some castles I want to have built, baby. And I've got some dragons I want to have killed, baby.
I'll get into my 7-league boots, I'll get into my bulletproof suit, I'll get out my revolver that shoots, and rat-a-tat-tat, down they'll go.
Oh, I've got some mortgages I want to have paid, baby. And I've got some villains I want to have laid to rest.
After all my adventures are through, and I bring home the bacon to you,
I can tell all the papers you did it because
I love you.
We back.
Intermission is over.
G.I. Tim.
folks.
We like to have fun.
G.I. Tim, T-Blet, I put it back on for you, buddy. You know, this is part of the show. We do costumes here, right?
I need my Trump wig soon, man.
I keep forgetting. I'm gonna have this before next Sunday. Mark my words. You're gonna have your little Trump helmet. You're gonna have your Trump thing.
I'm gonna have the best hair in the world. It's true. I've always had this my real hair.
And you're gonna have it each deep dive. I'm gonna have my own costume, but Trump is also needs to.
I'm gonna start participating. We're gonna have fun with it. When you're bald, there's a lot of opportunities. Okay, because you can put it on, take it off, whatever you want.
Get a real cigar. No. I don't smoke. Anyways,
welcome to Deep Dive.
Welcome to the Deep Dive, guys. We're going to talk about Iran, and specifically what Iran was like even before 1979, because 1979, of course, is when you had the whole regime change and Khomeini, Ayatollah, and all those different people that we talk about today. That's where you have to understand. And so, you know, Iran was ruled by a different ruler, of course, during that time period before we had the insurrections that the Shah, right? And the Shah was not just like, it wasn't just medieval and democratic. It was actually a modern country, right? And so in the 1960s and 70s, I mean, look, however you want to spin it, literacy rates rose. Universities expanded. You had Tehran that was rapidly urbanizing. You had oil revenue that actually was surging in 1973. It was almost like Iran was like the Dubai of that time period. And there's things, I mean, you saw the video, and we will play the video shortly. Go ahead and get that ready. Well, actually, let's pull up the picture of the Shah. Let's show the Shah real quick. This is what he looks like. This is the family.
And of course, I think I want to point something key out here. I'm not sure which one he is. Maybe he's the one wearing all the medals. Maybe he's the little one. The son of the Shah of Iran is currently making a play right now to be reinstalled as monarch. Reza Pahlavi, that's his name.
He looks exactly like his father. Andrew,
with a bigger nose.
Andrew, do you have the other photo showing what the Shah looks like currently? Let's go ahead and pull that up as well, because he looks eerily similar to his father.
Yeah,
I call him Squidward.
He ain't no Shah yet.
No.
Are you going to show a photo of a tomb?
No, that's that's Khomeini.
Allah.
No, that's the wrong guy.
Yeah.
That's the wrong guy. That's literally the guy. He's dead currently.
R.I.P.
Give him a second. He's gonna pull up the right one. There he is. Looks just like Papa.
There's Squidward.
Right. I mean, during the time period where the Shah was there, you would have thought things were actually pretty good. Like, I mean, women gained and they gained and expanded legal and educational access. I mean, it was very different compared to the earlier decades. And Western corporations,
Western.
I mean, it was more Western. Western corporations and advertisers were actually present. Like it looked like the Iran was going towards the West, and there was a different political structure. But let's watch that video showing what Iran looked like during the 70s. Yes, we are going to touch upon this.
We're
the
covering
CIA
it all
coup
tonight.
in the 50s, in the 50s, that is actually what allowed the current Shah, or not current, but the Shah to actually come into power was during that coup.
Wow.
Go ahead and play this clip.
Iran, a country brimming with energy, exploding with construction and development, a dynamic state with a thriving capital. Iran today, women even playing soccer, symbol of a radical revolution against deep-rooted taboos, habits, prejudices.
Now, like, you would never think, based off of what Iran looks like now, that they had all of those different things. You saw girls in, like, you know, the natural, like, 70s wear that you would see here in America. I mean, they were heavily westernized, and that was part of the problem. But just look, Iran wasn't just like some random Joe Schmo Middle Eastern country that looks like
Well, you're talking about
Sudan.
Persia, right? Because they changed the name. People don't realize it. It's as big as three Texas. Three
Mhm.
Texas. It's in Western Europe.
But just look at all the things they were able to do during this time period. Go ahead and keep playing that.
Iran, a unique endeavor. In an age when so many monarchies perished and Mohammad Reza Shah had ascended to the throne, Iran still adheres to her constitutionalist traditions. With the oldest constitution in all Asia, she still remains a monarchy. Symbol of the new role of women in Muslim Iran is the active participation of Farah, the Shah Banu, in representing the dynasty, the state. She's in charge of whole sectors of national life, particularly in the fields of social activities, art, and culture. The number of children in primary schools has risen from 1.7 million to 4.1 million. In high schools, from 326,000 to almost 2 million. Of 152,000 students in higher education, about 1/3 are women. In 1975, at Tehran University, 44% of all graduates in medicine were women, 47% in pharmacology as well as in social sciences, and 55% in education.
And you can cut back to us, but guys, just look at that. I mean, it's very hard for me to be like, well, why did they rebel in the first place? But as you dig into the specifics, it starts to make sense.
A little secret
But like,
police,
you know,
little
maybe this is
repression.
just the ignorant Western American just talking here.
You
but,
a Paris dog. You American pig.
but like, life looks pretty freaking good, you know, from just that perspective. But again, there's nuances to the situation. But I mean, Iran, you got to understand the political system. So the Shah, of course, he's like the head, right? He's basically like a king. And so the Iran, basically, they have a parliament, they had elections, and then they also had prime ministers. But like, powers didn't flow from the voters. It basically flows from the Shah, right? He appoints the prime minister, he controls the military leadership, and he can dissolve the parliament altogether. So, I mean, everything's declared as one. Basically, it's a one-party political system. So, I mean, you can't look at it any way than really it being like a monarchy, in my opinion.
Seems like whatever the faction is, you're going to be ruled by a dictator in the Middle East. That's got your lot in life, you know, whether that's a secular.
100%.
It's like Singapore, right?
100%.
It's reminding me of Singapore a little bit, right? Where you have the monarchy and the people in charge, but, you know, people are walking around.
Yeah. I mean, and you can see the modernization, right, from those videos, but it was uneven. Like, the oil wealth expanded the state spending, but rural areas still lagged behind. You still had traditional elites that were displaced. You had religious institutions that lost state influence, and inflation rose late into the 70s, right? And so, as somebody had mentioned, the 1950s revolution that happened, where the Shah eventually actually got into power, and that era started to where that family was in control. But prior to that,
was it Yasser Arafat, or am I thinking of a different country?
No, the original people. So like in 1953, the United States and the UK intelligence, they basically helped remove a guy, the prime minister. His name was Mohammed. Freaking the last name.
Let me see
it's
it.
Mossadegh or something like that.
Mossadegh. Okay.
Yeah, right. And so after he nationalized the oil, that pissed us off.
And that
right?
sound is so.
And so like this is real knowledge, guys. This wasn't declassified information from the U.S. involvement. And for many Iranians, this became proof of like foreign powers could actually shape Iran's leadership. And that belief lasted for decades. Like people didn't forget about this. And so as you see more of the Western countries coming in, you see the women no longer being religious, but they now are dressed like, Velma from Scooby-Doo, and they got their hair out and they're flowing and they're dancing and they're kind of skimpy and looking good.
They're not getting bonked on the head.
100%. And so like, this belief starts to last. And so Iran before 1979, they were basically economically accelerating. But I mean, the political era in the political region was basically being shielded. No one else could actually get into those positions to change anything. So then the question is like, why did the current Supreme Leader Khomeini even come into power? What even led to the corruption? What even led to the situation? You look at the photos, you look at the videos, and it's like, damn, everything looks good, but it's the corruption, right? I mean, in 1973, they had an oil crisis. So they basically, there was an oil crisis around the world, and Iran's oil revenue basically exploded from about like $5 billion to $20 billion. And so like the country suddenly had enormous amount of cash. And so at the same time, the corruption became pretty visible at that point with all that money that was coming into the country.
Together, you get the more money, the corruption comes up.
100%.
Look at our country. We got the most money. We got the most
100%.
corruption.
But ours is like kind of hidden in plain sight,
sure,
or to the point where people are kind of like feeling okay.
There's a top down.
Yeah, there is a top down. But the Shah's family controlled major assets through this foundation, which by the late 70s held stakes across the banking, hotel, construction industries, Western intelligence assessments. Basically, they estimated that the royal linked assets were in the billions of dollars.
I see.
So they had all of these like hands and ties, just kind of like very similar to what we have, right? Where the Trump has all of these assets that are also part of the political system. And so when you have corruption, people get really pissed off. And so there was when the Shah left in 1979, it was estimated that between $1 billion and $20 billion of wealth was tied to the royal network, of which they actually.
That's a lot of money back then.
That's a lot of money.
We're not talking today.
Now the exact number is debated, but even the low estimates are saying that it was compared to national income levels, right?
And you gotta. And
go ahead.
Here's the thing you gotta understand. This is such a big country. This is such a wealthy country. This is such a powerful country. The reason why Iran is so degraded right now is because they've been under crippling sanctions for decades. Right? You're talking about a nation not under sanctions, working with the West, empowered by the West. This is what it's capable of. This is the money potential of Iran.
Now, if they never did the corruption, this would probably be a net positive, and Iran would probably look a lot like Dubai right now.
Couldn't help themselves, could they?
100%. And now, Iran's average capita per income at that time was like, I think, $2,000 per year. And then you basically, meanwhile, like the inflation's reaching like double digits. Military spending is surging into the billions of dollars.
That's right.
Because again, there's conflicts going on. And essentially, I mean, if everything's a one-party state, only one group is deciding. So ordinary Iranians see like oil money multiplying, people are getting rich, and then the royal family is in the billions and prices keep rising, and there's no way for them to vote the leadership out. Very similar to the discontent that we see here.
Sure.
So by the 70s, you have a lot of the political exclusion, economic resentment, religious backlash to the actual westernization of the countries like the UK, the United States. Like, guys, these people, it's a religious state. They don't like the Western culture and what we bring. Like, we're demonic in some aspects.
The great Satan.
Yes. We're very demonic in terms of some of the aspect of what the Quran teaches about, right?
I think they have an argument.
So then what ends up happening is you've got the mosque that become organizing centers, and they become like these centers in which they operate outside. Like the resistance starts to operate outside inside of these mosques. And so you had clerks that had credibility, and they had networks that they used in order to actually shift the trajectory. And then Khomeini, basically, the way he got in power is he offered a clear anti-Shah stance. I mean, he was like,
we gonna get rid of him.
Yeah, we gonna get rid of him. We're gonna bring religious legitimacy, right? A simple message that independence and Islamic governance like coming together, right? So then again, in 1970, go ahead.
Well, that's why it's called the Islamic Republic, right? You can argue against that. You can say it's a theocracy, and we support another theocracy in the Middle East, but that's neither here nor there. But you can argue against it. That's the system of government that was popular enough for them to have the revolution.
100%. Right. And so by 1978, you've got the protests. They became national. Right. And then by 1979, the Shah fled, like we've all seen. I'm not going to go too much in specific. That's all a deep dive in itself. But basically, the military was fractured and the revolution actually succeeded. And then you had different forms of power that came in. But that's when the government kind of changes significantly. Right.
Sure.
Like before the Shah, I talked about they have the military that's loyal to the Shah. The prime minister is appointed. The parliament is subordinate. Elections, procedurals, all those things fall within the Shah's control. But then after, let's go ahead and pull up that graphic that's showing the Iranian government as it stands today. Yes, the Shah's secret police of torturing and ending people is a big important thing. I didn't cover it, but this is the secret police.
It's a historical reality.
I
just want to give that.
You are 100% correct. Thank you, brother, for shedding light on this. This was also another reason for the fear that they ended up institutionalizing and what caused people to rebel in the first place.
The thing is, none of these regimes are good. Note when we cover this on the show on the Gray Area, we're not fans of the Star Wars narrative in any regard. You have to realize there's causality for why you end up with someone like the Ayatollah.
Right.
It just doesn't just come out of a vacuum.
It doesn't just come out of a vacuum. Now, the thing is like I had this question for myself, and I'm sure a lot of other people are wondering, because we know how our government works, but we're like, how does Iran actually function? Especially now that you have a new leader, a supreme leader that comes into play. Like, how does this government actually function? Now you've got the supreme leader on the left side there.
Here, I'll read it. Iran's political system. Iran's intricate system of governance is ruled over by the supreme leader, currently the Ayatollah Khamenei, now dead. Iran's clerical elite dominate the system, which also boasts a president who is popularly elected every 4 years. You have the supreme leader at the top of Iran's power structure, and is the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. He rules on the basis of, I can't pronounce that word, or guardianship of the Islamic jurist. This essentially means that he is given conservatorship of the people by divine right. Then you have the Guardian Council. The Guardian Council is made up of 12 members, 6 jurists chosen by the parliament. It's so complicated. I'm so glad you're here to give a deep dive, Tim. 6 clerics chosen by the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. So it's like a Supreme Court, and he gets to pick half of them.
Yes.
Basically, that's how that works.
Basically.
And then you got the president. The president is the second highest ranking official in Iran. Well, the president has a high public profile. His power is in many ways trimmed back by the Constitution, which subordinates the executive branch to the supreme leader. And then you have the parliament. The parliament's 290 members are publicly elected every 4 years. It drafts legislation, ratifies international treaties, and approves national budget. Then you have the cabinet, which serves under the president and is composed of 22 members. You got the voters. The voters are a part of the Assembly of Experts who meet once a year. They consist of 86 virtuous and learned politically elected clerics who stay in place, and the clerics choose the supreme leader.
Yeah, it's super different than our government.
Crazy.
There's not really like the checks and balances. The supreme leader is essentially the like top dog, right? Like he is still above everyone else.
It's like if the president picks half of Congress.
Yes. 100%. But then you have the voters part that like kind of makes you feel like you still have a say instead of what the Shah was doing, where he voted everything in and decided what he wanted like a king. This kind of does a hybrid of that. But essentially, I mean, just think about it. Well, you don't think the supreme leader still doesn't have influence on all the rest of us?
100%. I think the supreme leader, here's the thing, with a country like Iran, it's not like America where we have weak neighbors and then we have fish to our left and right. Like, they're under threat. they're under potential threat of invasion, like we're seeing right now, our bombing campaigns, all of it terrorist attacks, and they have their own interests and their own proxies that they're funding. The supreme leader, to me, it is a military role. Like, it's kind of in the name. Like, there's a supreme leader who makes choices it's like we call our guy the commander in chief.
Yes.
Right. So it's almost a military title, is it not?
Actually, it is partially, but it's actually not, right? This is getting perfect into my next point. You can go ahead and pull up the picture of the supreme leader, Khomeini himself, who's no longer alive, unfortunately, right? But this is the guy, right? Everybody has seen this guy a million times. But do you guys actually know who the supreme leader really is and why he's being martyred or why he's even important? Guys, this isn't a joke. Like, this is a very big deal. And I've alluded to it earlier, but I'm going to clearly explain why the supreme leader's death has significant importance, because it's not just a regular political thing. This hits in a spiritual level, religious aspect, right? So the supreme leader isn't just, some political leader. His position is rooted in a doctrine, and I'm gonna butcher this, but it's like, you know what? Let's just call it a doctrine because I can't pronounce these words, right? But basically, he's the guardianship of the Islamic jurist, right? So the idea is simple: God is the ultimate authority,
right?
But just because God doesn't govern people directly, God is the ultimate authority, but because God doesn't govern directly, top Islamic legal scholar must decide and guide the country until the return of the hidden Islam, right, and the true God himself, because they kind of believe that he's going to come back.
Shia Islam, they're waiting. I forget what the specific term is.
It's called the hidden Twelfthly.
They're waiting
imam,
for
imam.
They're waiting for an imam, because the Shia Islam people, they believe that the last imam died. Okay, that's why they don't call the Ayatollah the imam, and they're waiting for that guy to come back. That guy is also supposed to come back with Jesus. Okay, and then the Sunni, they believe completely different. They believe in their imams, and they believe they have legitimate religious teachers.
Right.
So you got to keep in mind, this guy comes from a branch of Islam that is so, we'll just use for lack of a better word, devout, that they don't even believe that they have religious teachers, and that this guy is the closest thing that they have to a connection to God.
100%. He basically is the guy that guides them in the word of Islam.
Sure,
and
he's the Pope.
100%, right? So now the scholar becomes the supreme leader. He's not divine. He's not a prophet, but within the Islamic Republic, he's treated as the highest living authority on earth over religious and state matters. So
he decides all.
Yeah, when he speaks on war, when he talks about peace, law, national direction, it's not treated as like an ordinary political opinion. It's framed religiously.
It's a mandate.
It's a mandate, and it's framed religiously on the grounds of guidance for the country, right? It's what elevates his role.
Sure.
The president just manages the government operations, but the supreme leader literally defines the boundaries of the system itself on a religious basis. So that's a significantly different look than how America works. And go ahead and let's play this clip of Khomeini itself, because I wanted to understand, how does a guy like this come into power? Who is he? I don't think a lot of people know who this guy is. So we'll play a little bit of that that YouTube video that's going to cover who he is. Yeah, go ahead and play this here.
When Iran's first supreme leader, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, died in 1989, his disciple Ali Khamenei took power. His manner lacked the fire of his predecessor, but he was just as brutal at crushing dissent, just as adept at antagonising the West and supporting a network of terror groups across the Middle East and the world. He was born in 1939 in a remote corner of Iran, where he began studying religion. His studies brought him in contact with the young Khomeini, and joined his revolutionary movement against the US-backed Shah of Iran, eventually taking power in the Islamic Revolution of 1979. Life in Iran changed dramatically under Islamic rule. Women forced to wear the veil, mixed gender gatherings banned. Iran became a sworn enemy of the United States, the Great Satan, and Israel, the Little Satan. In 1981,
The little Satan.
So you notice, and you look at this photo here, you got the young Ayatollah that was just killed, and then you've got the original Ayatollah. They're trying to sever this connection. They want this history dead, buried, and gone. They say it's time for the new Shah. We ain't doing this anymore.
That go back to the old ways. I mean, look. I mean, you look at what 1970s was like. Clear Western influence in terms of the culture, right? And I'm not going to say whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I actually think that's a good thing. People are going to sit there and criticize me for it, but I stand on the fact that if they can figure out a way to blend it with the,
I got little sisters, man. Yeah, I don't want a girl to have to wear a trash bag.
100%. I think there's things about Islam that are super strict for reasons that are religious that don't fit in today's modern practice. And I think if they have a way that blends where they keep their culture, but then they also blend in the new version of the way the world is moving, I think it becomes a net positive. But we're not there yet.
Yeah, we're also Western.
Yeah,
it's different for us.
Go ahead and continue.
Khomeini appointed his disciple as president of Iran. At his swearing in, his right arm was in a sling, paralysed in an assassination attempt at a prayer service. Khamenei survived and, in his inaugural address, vowed to defend Iran against deviance, liberalism and American-influenced left-wingers. And when the Ayatollah died in 1989, he was appointed the country's new supreme leader. Khamenei set about building up a missile arsenal and protected power through Iran's proxies, known as the Axis of Resistance. Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas in Gaza, the group behind the October 7 attack on Israel. His regime was not popular in Iran, but crushed any sign of dissent, from violent crackdowns on the streets to torture in its notorious prisons. After the death in custody of Mahsa Amini, who was arrested by the morality police.
You can go ahead and cut back to us, but basically you kind of understand a little bit of who he is, and just like our country, we're not always the biggest fans of our government. There is a lot of people that are not a fan of their government. It's it's a little confusing because there's competing narratives for that. Like if you ask a person like Suleiman and some of the other people, they're like, oh, well, they love them. But then I also hear other people who are directly from Iran as well, and they say we hate this current government.
Well, talk about demographics a little bit. It's real half and half, right? Because you got half the population of Iran that's ethnically Persian, that identifies as such, that speaks Farsi, and then you have another nearly half of the population that's ethnically and religiously Muslim, and they like the supreme leader and they speak Arabic. And then you got Jews and Christians intermingled, intermixed between those two groups. Ultimately, it's not our country. And it's not up to us to decide things for people thousands of miles away. And that would be my take.
No, you are right. And here's the thing: we've always, whether it's good, bad, or the mix, but we are where we're at, and so it's a very difficult situation. But I mean, we do have to talk about the sanctions themselves, because
it's not a complete story.
It's not a complete story without the sanctions. Like everyone kind of has an idea of the sanctions, but you got to understand, why is it the fact that we even put the sanctions there in the first place? It's not just about the missiles. There's a bunch of things that have come into play here, right? Like Iran's economy didn't just collapse overnight. You saw all the protests. You saw what they were, the 95% currency drop in just a short period of time. That's all layering that's happened over the years. So, they've been reshaped in several ways, right? Like the Iran-Iraq war from 1980 to 1988 drained basically the country for 8 years while they were in a war with their neighboring country, Iraq. And their infrastructure was damaged. You had resources that were redirected for survival. And the state became permanently militarized at that point. So when a country spends heavily on defense for nearly a decade, I mean, you're talking about, that's unsustainable, right? And the economic reform falls behind.
Look at us.
Well, we're a little bit different because we just have the infinite money.
We're diversified,
right?
baby.
Like a lot of people buy our debt. We've got the reserve currency of the world. Like
they don't have
they don't have that, right? Like their currency is very limited to what they can actually produce. It's very tied directly to economic output, and all that economic output is actually oil, by the way.
And that's really quick. I know you're about to go into a deep dive in all of it. That's the real weapon that the United States of America has had available for its use. It's the sanctions, it's the economic warfare, it's the control over the global financial system. And once you start to understand that, everything else makes sense. And the past two presidents we've had, Trump and Biden, they've done irreparable damage to our ability to manipulate that system, because that system relies on us being kind of a benevolent, benign dictator.
100%.
And we've weaponized SWIFT, we've weaponized the tariffs, we've done all that. I'm sure you're about to get into it, but at the end of the day, a sanction is something we put on a country to limit their ability to do business.
100%, right? And I mean, we got, that I talked about the layer one, which is the war. The second one is the sanctions, which we're going to get into. But the sanctions have accumulated over time. You've got things from the 1979 hostage crisis. You got, terrorist designations. But let's go ahead and pull up the video that shows the sanctions, Andrew. And it's really going to give you an understanding of, how many presidents had their hands on this conflict. It's insane.
When it comes to trade policy, sanctions are the most used tool in the U.S.'s toolbox. Stephanie Siegel, a senior fellow at the Center for Strategic National Studies, explains.
They're there as part of the toolkit to incentivize certain behaviors. One criticism is that they've been used more in a punitive sense. So rather than incentivizing kind of forward-looking actions, they've been used to punish past behaviors. And there's particular concern about that because the reason that our sanctions policies can be so potent is because we have the dollar at the center of the international system.
The U.S. first started imposing oil sanctions in 1979 to respond to growing terrorism concerns from the country. From the mid-1980s through the 1990s, the U.S. continued imposing sanctions that focused on U.S. Iranian imports and entities that did business with the country.
We actually don't have much of a bilateral economic relationship with Iran. So the only way that we can actually use an economic tool to influence Iran's behavior is through third countries.
Then in August 2003, the International Atomic Energy Agency found traces of enriched uranium at one of Iran's nuclear power plants. To the United States and its allies, it looked like Iran was inching closer to producing nuclear weapons. In June 2005, President Bush signed Executive Order 13382, which froze assets and transactions of individuals involved with growing the supply of weapons of mass destruction in Iran, North Korea, and Syria. The United States and other allies tried to negotiate with Iran to limit the amount of uranium produced, but Iran insisted its actions were peaceful. 5 years later, President Obama enacted the Comprehensive Iran Sanctions Accountability and Divestment Act. It expanded on sanctions from the Clinton and Bush administrations to who could face sanctions, new restrictions for financial institutions, and eliminated exemptions on Iranian imports.
Our concept at the time was you start small, you start with the really toxic stuff, the nuclear weapons program and missile programs, and then you use that as a way of essentially building a wedge between Iran and the rest of the international community that you could use to develop other sanctions tools in the future.
That's Richard Nephew. He was in charge of developing and executing the U.S.-Iran sanctions strategy from 2011 to 2013. The U.S. continued to focus sanctions on Iran's service-based industries, but it realized it had to switch tactics to have a bigger impact on Iran's economy.
Initially, we really took what the Iranians gave us. They exposed themselves to a broader range of sanctions and targets by attempting to evade the sanctions in place. But over time, we started to see that momentum and the impact of those sanctions was lessening. We started going after what we would call the tendons of Iran's international business activity, things like transportation, things like insurance, all those sorts of services you need to be part of the modern global economy.
Nephew also advised the Obama White House on the 2015 nuclear deal, or Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. The deal would lift secondary sanctions on Iran and help boost the country's economy. The US, China, France, Germany, Iran, Russia, and the UK.
What do you think so far?
I mean, just looking at the history of it all, man, talking about Bush and them being close to having the nuclear weapon, it's been the same story in the region for literally decades. It's pretty crazy to see. And, Bush had a really high approval rating, and then that kind of went into the toilet. People believed in Barack Obama.
I did.
And Barack Obama's Iran negotiations and Iran deals, I'm not that critical of after seeing what we've done now. So, maybe we'll get into the JCPOA. I think we will probably.
Yeah. We'll get into some of that. We'll play a little bit more of this, and then we'll transition.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Agreed on the plan in July 2015. But in May 2018, President Trump announced that the U.S. would be pulling out of the 2015 nuclear deal.
We had the JCPOA, not a perfect document. It allowed a number of exceptions. Iran continued to test fire new missiles. There were time limits on Iranian commitments under the JCPOA that would expire after an extensive period of time.
By November 2018, President Trump reinstated sanctions on Iran's most important economic sectors, like energy and shipping, but granted 6-month waivers to 8 countries that purchase Iranian oil.
Okay, pause it. Okay, so you can cut back to us. Look, every president has had their hands on this, man.
It's very true.
Like right, left, that this isn't a political thing.
And it's a long-term project.
It is. It's a long-term project. And each president is trying to get their credit, right? But I mean, it's not that straightforward. But I mean, the sanctions were even worse than that. Like you had Iranian, basically, you had Iran cut off from the financial banking system, SWIFT, right? So
yes.
When the banks are cut off from, the global financial systems, even legal trade became difficult. So like you had food, medicines, exemptions that existed on paper, but like the payments and logistics became complicated and costly, even though they tried to like finagle their way to where they're like, well, we can allow you to do these things, so they're kind of important to your country, but like all the other systems that require that to function don't work because you blanketed the entire country under this situation. So I mean, the sanctions were crippling for the economy.
Yeah, it's economic war.
You had your inflation go up basically overnight. And so now here's a structural shift. I mean, the sanctions didn't just weaken Iran, but they changed they changed who inside Iran actually gained economic power. And that's the real story here. Like when formal trade shrinks, it's like you've got to go other alternatives, right? So you have black markets that expand. You have smuggling networks that start to grow.
Sure.
You've got informal domestic channels that dominate.
Create the need.
Yes, 100%. So now all the actors are connected to the security apparatus, including the IRGC, which is like the normal one that we know, that's the Islamic Republic Guard.
Yes.
And, they had the infrastructure to navigate the restrictions. So while the broader economy suffers, you basically have these security-linked networks that consolidate
you centralize and concentrate on the power.
Yes.
Make them stronger in a way.
Yes.
It's the same thing as like, I'm sorry, the cedar fever still got me down. The thing is, when you create a situation where you put an organism, whether that's a person, whether that's an animal, whether that's a country, under stress, it's going to adapt to it because it's a living thing.
100%.
Oftentimes people say, why are countries treated like corporations, or why are corporations treated like people? It's for that very reason, right? It's a living organism.
So true, dude. So true, right? And that consolidations, if you add the inflation, you add the currency devaluation, ordinary citizens basically feel this squeeze through the rising costs. But the result wasn't just hardship, it was basically economic restructuring under pressure. And so that war, the war militarized the state, the sanctions centralized the power, and then the isolation strengthens the security aligned fractions that are inside of it, right?
Absolutely.
So now you got to think about, okay, there's another part to this story. Iran and the Gulf states. And, the Gulf states are really good at kind of
shrewd negotiator, long-term planner. That's what they do.
Yeah, but they're really good at just not being in the limelight for a lot of things. It's really the United States that and Israel that get a lot of the scrutiny, right? But like if you look at Iran's Gulf neighbors, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, those types of things, there are 3 drivers that define their relationships, right, between Iran and those countries. Sectarian divide, which you've got the Sunni and Shia identity. You've got regional power and competition. And then you've got control of shipping routes. Like, guys, these 2 groups don't get along. And a lot of people talk about Sunni, Shia. Do you guys I didn't know, but do you guys really know what it means and where that is driven from and what the implication? Because people are just like, well, they're just religious groups that don't get along. This goes back centuries
the ancient
ago.
battles,
very long ago. And it's almost so, it's almost so ridiculous how these things have played out, and the ripple effect has gone generations. But go ahead and pull up the video of like the Sunni versus Shia, and just, I want people to understand this is what the gray area.
Really quick,
go ahead.
Really quick before we play the video, I want to read this comment from Icarian Brother. If countries that nationalize their resources were allowed to become successful, Americans would eventually want that too. Oil corporations don't want that to happen. I say it all the time. Totally agree with that point. Just wanted to say that. And that's why BRICS has been successful, right? Is because ultimately it's like the anti-globalism, right? It's we're going to trade in our own resources backed by our own natural resources and our own currency.
Right, 100%. So let's go ahead and play this video.
The split between Sunni and Shia Islam is one of the most important moments in Islamic history. While both share the same core beliefs, their division began after the death of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. This summary explains how that split happened and how it shaped the differences in beliefs and practices we see today. After the Prophet Muhammad passed away, Muslims debated who should lead the community. Some believed Abu Bakr, the Prophet's close friend and father-in-law, should be the first caliph. Others believed Ali, his cousin and son-in-law, was the rightful successor. Abu Bakr was chosen by the majority of companions present at a meeting.
Network 000 donated $5.99. You guys should have Bobby Williams on your show. He's running a grassroots campaign for Florida governor, and his ex-name is Bobby Fugoff 2026.
Okay, we'll look into it.
Always thankful to get good guest recommendations for the show. Thank you for your super chat.
Thank you for the super chat. Okay, continue.
However, some companions, including Ali and members of the Prophet's family, were not there. This absence led to debate, especially among Shia Muslims, who believe Ali should have been the first caliph. Those who followed Abu Bakr became known as Sunni Muslims. Those who supported Ali became known as Shia, short for Shiat Ali, meaning the party of Ali. Abu Bakr became the first of the four rightly guided caliphs, followed by Umar, Uthman, and then Ali himself. But the leadership issue didn't stop there. Years later, Ali's son, Hussein, led an uprising against the Umayyad dynasty and was killed in the tragic Battle of Karbala, an event remembered every year by Shia Muslims.
Okay, so Muhammad outlawed adoption, but he had adopted children, son-in-law, right? You got to think about things like this. So there's a lot of ancient debate on this. I am certainly not an Islamic scholar. I'm a Christian, and I don't believe in their theology, but it's like you say, this is so crazy when you look at the video, right?
100%.
That's all I got.
Keep going.
On Ashura. These leadership disagreements led to religious differences. For example, Shia Muslims tend to trust narrations from the Prophet's family and reject those they believe opposed Ali. They also follow the teachings of the Imams, especially Ali and his descendants. Sunnis accept hadiths from a wider group of companions. In practice, both Sunni and Shia Muslims pray 5 times a day, but Shias often combine Dhuhr with Asr and Maghrib with Isha. Sunnis.
Okay, so you can cut back to us. But you guys can kind of understand and see the nuances here. And it's
a fun thing to research.
It is. Because like everyone always talks about it, but like, do you really understand the depth? It's so insane to me to think about it this way. You got to understand all of these people that we look at, religious prophets and all these people, they were human beings, by the way.
That's right.
Right? Every single person that had to make a decision, all the conflicts, our brains haven't developed that significant. They had all the same flaws as us. They had all of the same thought processes as us. The only difference was the stimulus that they were responding to.
We're dealing with ballistic missiles and the talk of nuclear weapons and the talk of ground invasions and armies, and it all dates back to when you had men on horseback killing each other.
Right. But now I want to put this in today's terms, right? It's like the father dying, having a bunch of wealth, and then the 2 sons arguing over where the wealth goes because the will didn't really dictate on where the money went.
It's mine. No, it's mine.
It's mine. No, it's mine. Exactly. So if you think about this one situation where, somebody didn't clarify who they wanted to come in charge next, created an entire ripple effect for thousands of years that people don't even quite understand why they're even fighting about. It could have been so normal back then to them because they're in the situation, but now we've created a layer of religion around it to where you have entire conflicts and wars that happen over something that happened super long ago where no one is even alive to understand the nuances of it. It's insane, right? So now you've got the Gulf countries and you've got Iran, and they don't like each other because Iran is one side. They're on the minority side. The
majority is Sunni,
right? And Iran is Shia, and they have a completely different opinion. So the Gulf states, right? They compete over the regional leadership. I think 80 to 90% of Muslims are like Sunni, right? And that's
let's look up that real quick.
It is pretty high.
Let's look up that stat. I think that you're somewhat correct there. I want to make sure
we can go ahead and verify that. Go ahead and try to find that for us, Andrew. But I'm pretty sure it's 80 to 90% are okay. So Andrew's
correct.
Andrew's saying I'm correct on that.
Sunni and the rest are Shia.
Okay, right. So that means the Gulf states hold the majority of the influence if you think about it. But then you also have the question, why do the Gulf states even host the U.S. bases in the first place? I'm like, dude, these guys are getting bombed left and right.
You know, you're going to let us put a base in there, or, maybe next week you're the terrorist.
Like, that's the...
It's super easy to just sit there, and I used to point blame at the United States, but as I look and peel back the onion layers... I think it's a combination, right? The Gulf states basically align with the U.S. primarily for security guarantees, right?
Okay.
They've never agreed with Iran. There's plenty of conflicts that have happened, but the small states near these larger regional powers seek external deterrence, so that way you don't mess with me. Do you think Qatar really wants to build up a giant military to protect itself?
No.
Probably not, right? And so, not that they're the enemy with the United States, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right?
Sure,
that saying comes into play. But the U.S., they wanted to access the bases for an exchange for the protection. So that's where the first layer of relationship comes from. So the U.S. gains a forward positioning to have influence over the shipping lanes, over those regions, and the Gulf states gain missile defense, security assurances. And it's basically a survival math. It's not an ideological alignment. But we always give so much crap to Israel. And this isn't like, I love Israel. But you got to understand, this is the gray area. I've got to cover these things. We say the United States and Israel are the two main players in this. You don't understand. All the Gulf states, including Saudi Arabia, are actually all behind this. They want this to happen as well. MBS himself does not come to the United States.
Oh, no, don't do it. Privately calling Trump.
100%. You got to understand, the United States doesn't act in a vacuum. There's influence all over the place. Your buddy calls you up on the phone. He tells you a specific thing. You're going to listen to what he has to say.
Sure.
So a lot of these Gulf states are also in the back ear saying, hey, you know that country over there, right? They're very bad people. You got to make sure that they don't get any power.
Don't you understand? Yeah.
100%. And we're not there for those conversations, but I guarantee you 100% the Gulf states want Iran gone.
And that's a reality.
So
that's
they get plausible deniability because they're like, well, we're not hurting our Muslim brethren, but they send United States and Israel as the dogs to sick and do the things for them as well. And it's not just, it's all of them mutually benefiting from that.
It's a good observation, Tim. I agree with that.
So that's why we don't talk enough about the other states that are actually involved in the hidden scenes, right?
We'll be doing more of that on the show.
Mm-hmm. So we're almost there, guys, right? So one of the other things I had to ask myself, and I'm sure you're also wondering, is why is the Middle East so important? Why can't we just leave that region alone? Why have we been doing all of these things for so long? And it's because the region concentrates leverage in four major ways. And let's go ahead and show that old map, the world map, Andrew. And let's just show this real quick. Yes, that's the one. Basically, there's four things that you need to pay attention to, right? Energy choke points. If you look at the map, I mean, a large share of global oil flows through the Strait
Look how close they are to each other, man. Like Saudi Arabia is fighting Yemen, and then you got the conflicts between Israel and then Iran, and then you've got Jordan over there. You got Egypt right there. You got Qatar. You got UAE. You got Afghanistan. You got Pakistan and India right there.
Everything's
right there.
Everything is right there. This is basically like, I call it the center of the world because it's almost it is basically the center of the world.
Literally the center of the world.
Right? So, I mean, you've got energy choke points. You've got where the Strait of Hormuz is, and like you've got where, disruptions can happen for global trade. You've got energy price spikes that can happen, and inflation can happen worldwide. You've got oil leverage that equals economic leverage, right?
Look how close everything is, man. Like, that's the realization. That's my real takeaway from tonight's deep dive, at least so far. And like, we think about America, literally, we live in like Elysium heaven. Like, there's no one that can threaten us. And then there's the oceans. Everyone, you got the Black Sea, you got Georgia, you got Russia right up there. Okay. Then you've got the whole entirety of Europe. You've got the Mediterranean Sea. Then you have Africa. Then you have East Africa. Then you have the Arabian Sea. You have the Indian subcontinent and Pakistan right there.
100%. Good observation. And that's exactly what I want people to pay attention to. Go ahead and pull up the Silk Road, because this is a trade route that used to happen from a very long time ago. Zoom in,
absolutely.
Right? Look at this map, guys. This is the Silk Road.
Marco Polo.
This is historically the Silk Road ran through Persia, linking China and Europe. And Persia, like you were talking about, it's a central transit hub. And essentially, empires historically fought over this region, and specifically for the trade routes. That region itself in the Middle East is so important because it means everything to the entire supply chain. That's the bigger argument here, right? That is the bigger argument. And then you also have to think about
the big picture.
Yeah, you've got to think about military positioning. You've got the U.S. bases now there. You've got strategic assets, access that allows you to have quicker response time to crises. And pretty much the presence itself acts as a deterrence if you're able to be there, right? And then you've got the alliance entanglement. You've got Israel's security ties with the U.S., and then you've got regional conflicts that draw on the surrounding states. But the thing that you guys need to understand about this whole thing, and you can cut back to us really quick, is if the United States, and this is the thing that I started to realize about this whole thing, if we're not in the region, someone else would be. When there is a power vacuum, or there is not somebody who's in charge of a specific region, they have the ability to control what happens in that area. Iran is a religious place in and itself, right? They operate in a completely different realm than how the rest of the world works. And the belief systems that they have are different than what might not be best for the rest of the world, but goes by the doctrine of Islam in itself.
Sure.
That follows the Prophet Muhammad.
Well, it's interesting to me, not to step on your point, it's interesting to me, you look at it, and like you say, there's going to be a power vacuum if there aren't people in the region. Looks like Russia's lost. Looks like Russia's really gone down the tubes when it comes to the Middle East. Like, look at Syria, look at Iraq, look at the current situation.
Well, and
now Iran.
And this is the Cold War aspect that we're having. This Middle East was another Cold War front, essentially.
Absolutely.
China and Russia wanted that region as well, because whoever has that leverage dictates the rules, okay?
I mean, it goes back to Lawrence of Arabia, man. British guy goes down there, teaches the tribes how to blow up trains during World War I.
100%. And guys, just take this in mind. Like, we're sitting here calling the United States, like, we're just imperialist and stuff. A lot of these other countries also have their own self.
That's everyone, the gray area, man.
Yeah, everyone has their own selfish interest in which they'll put their own country first.
Yes.
So it's kind of like, there could be a country and we could decide to be the bigger man and just be like, well, they should just be left alone, man, and we'll just let it happen. But then you get screwed over by doing that. And everybody knows that because it's a zero-sum game.
Sure, and we reject the Star Wars story, we except for certain cases of genocide and mass casualty and death. Of course, sometimes there really is an evil oppressor. But usually when they say, it's the rebel alliance, it's Zelensky, he's fighting against the evil Putin, the evil empire. And it's like, well, both sides are bad. Both sides have their own self-interest. Both sides, you can't even really call them bad. Both sides are just both sides.
100%.
At the end of the day.
And if you don't think that Russia and China, if they had control over specific things, aren't going to structure deals that don't benefit us, of course we would feel that ourselves. So the whole thing is like, guys, this has happened for generations. You've had this happen before there's even the modern powers today. Humans are humans. This is a human nature. It's competition is everything.
I see people in the chat. We're not saying it's right. We're talking about how the world works. We hope to change it one day.
I'm not saying it's right. What I'm telling you guys specifically that you need to pay attention to is there are always going to be people who have the power, and there's always going to be people who are at a secondary position. Since the bane of time, that is how it's happened. There's always superpowers. That's how it goes, right? Until we get to a point where everybody could collectively get rid of this negative feedback loop
and
put down the weapons and essentially,
value human life over
right?
money and resources.
100%. And
that'd be a new thing for humans. Humans don't like to do that.
100%.
Money, resource, the little kid can die.
If you could get everybody to agree on the same thing, then yes, it would make sense to just leave the regions alone and just let the things happen. But the problem is again, Russia and China and some of these other places would take over those regions, and they would do the exact same thing just on the opposite side. So it just creates this negative feedback loop that will never end. But at the end of the day, Iran also does not have the best interests of anyone but Iran at the end of the day. And what Allah says, this is what I command you to do. So if the United States would just leave and just not have any influence, Iran would grow. Iran would choke that point. They'd probably start causing taxes to that region and say, well, you might need to pay a tax here or something like that. Speculation on a couple of things, but ultimately they would make their own decisions. And that's the bigger level argument.
We don't allow people to do that. We make decisions for them.
And it doesn't make it right that the United States just has to bully everyone.
I'm totally against it.
But it's just like, this is the reality of the situation. And if you just look at why most of the other, like the world naturally aligned with what they wanted, right? Outside of just the Western influence. If democracy was such a bad thing, you would have more countries and people that would be completely, totally against it. That's why Russia's communism didn't work at the end of the day, because communism doesn't work.
That's a fair point. Pointing at the Soviet Union, that's a fair point. I think we could argue about what democracy is, but here's the thing. Everyone has their own interests, right? And to say that people are moral and pure and good and just, they're usually trying to get something done using that as a justification, but really they have ulterior motives.
And I'm not even trying to give an excuse. This is just the way that it works. And I'm going to be honest. I would rather have the United States out there on instead of just China having control. You see what they do with their own people. You would not enjoy life if you lived in China the same way that you have the freedoms here in America. You would be suppressed. You would have no freedom of speech. They would control you. You think it's bad here that we can control.
There's no freedom
You can't
anywhere.
even speak out against your government there. So again, it's like which evil? Like it's like lesser of the evils. It is what it is. And it's where we're at.
We hope to break that by being pro-human, building a spirit of pro-human consciousness, realizing we're all made in the image of God. Everyone deserves equal rights. Everyone deserves liberty and freedom. And ultimately, I reject both theocracies in the region. I reject Israel. I reject Iran. That's my personal
And
position.
we're almost there, guys. But I gotta fact check this person. This person says, just in case, says communism works in China. China is not a communist country.
It's
like
a hybrid economy,
hybrid,
just like ours. They're both hybrid economies.
It's a hybrid.
Yeah.
I mean, Hong Kong has its own, basically its own like rules essentially that fall within the entire thing. But you're allowed to buy property in China. You're allowed to invest. You're allowed to do a lot of things that under communism you wouldn't be able to do. Capitalism is a thing in China
They
itself.
got state ownership of companies. We got state ownership.
They tried communism just like Russia. Went through a massive depression, and they realized
hybrid model.
This doesn't work. So we kind of need to change things. Okay. So the last thing we need to talk about is regime change really possible in Iran? Because that's the bigger question here. It's like we're doing all these different things. We want to shift the tide. We want to kill all the leadership, but regime change can happen basically in three ways. You've got the electoral shift, you've got the elite or security split, or you've got like external military collapse. And in Iran's case, the first one isn't likely, where you've got the elections and things like that. That wouldn't happen. Basically, elections exist, but the Guardian Council vet candidates. The system is basically built to prevent the ballot box from overthinking.
There's going to need to be another color revolution. It's going to need to be what we saw earlier with the Starlink and with the people in the street. Obviously, that didn't go well for the people trying to revolt. But that being said, like you're going to need to see more action like that. I don't think it's a matter of the West turning it into a destroyed parking lot. I don't even think that works. You have to somehow have those intelligence operations on the ground, convincing the people to get out in the street. And I don't see how you do that.
It doesn't.
It
It doesn't happen, especially when you have completely different grounds. And by the way, guys, Iran is not the same as Iraq. Like,
oh no,
it has a stronger institution. It has a deeply tied, embedded government,
bigger country, stronger country,
and the army itself, the IRGC. That also plays a big role, and they have a national identity that can unite even when critics, critics against foreign invention.
They're about the most fearless killers there are. I mean, in the IRGC. I mean, you think about it. Like their supreme leader was just executed. They have a decentralized command and control structure of how they're going to continue these strikes on ad infinitum. We've just pissed these people off.
Yes, we have.
Big time. And I'm mega.
You killed the guy who's basically second to God in these
killed the Pope.
Eye.
We killed the Pope, and then we're saying the war is over.
Right.
Okay.
And then the last thing I'll add to here is like rapid collapse is pretty unlikely, especially without elite fragmentation. And they have like SOPs built on SOPs for who comes in next. Like they've anticipated because
redundancy after redundancy.
Yeah, they know who's the next man up.
Plans within plans.
And it's kind of like a game of whack-a-mole. Can you really kill them all before the whole system collapse? And then you got to go ahead.
It's got to be so crazy. I was thinking about this earlier today, Tim, and I think you'll agree with me. You're like, let's just say you're just like a faceless, nameless, like middle management person in the Iranian military, intelligence, government, whatever. It's like, is this person Mossad? Is this person not Mossad? Am I going to carry out the mission? Do I tell this person that person's name? Imagine the like James Bond level of intrigue going on right now. It's crazy.
Mossad is the best in the world, man. Yeah. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, and like we talked about earlier, like in response to that, just like Russia, Ukraine, Russia's got the best drone people in the world. Ukraine's got nearly the best too. They got the second best. If Iran didn't have an effective intelligence structure, it would not exist.
Right. No, you are completely correct on that. And, it's like there is a lot of factors that go into, but basically what you need to understand is that, there are multiple groups that have power within Iran and in itself, but also there's people like the last thing you would want in that region is a power vacuum. Okay. You would see the exact same thing happen with Iraq. Right. There are people that are waiting to have their day in which the government itself, of whatever policies they hold, is the supreme command of the situation. And they basically squash any level of, people who try to counteract that message. And that includes like terrorist groups, guys. Not every terrorist group is, very happy with the current government in place. And so, again, we don't need another Iraq situation. But at the end of the day, there's not going to be regime change. I'm almost positive in this circumstance. It'll look more like, it'll look different, but it'll be the same song, different tune.
This is going to be a long-term conflict. It's going to be one we cover heavily on the show. We've been covering the preamble to it. We've been talking about it, anticipating when it would happen. It has begun. The conflict has begun, and we have begun to cover it in excruciating detail. Powerful, powerful broadcast tonight. Incredible 2-hour interview with Kyle Seraphin. We're going to clip that up. We're going to get that ready for you guys. YouTube shorts.
How long have we been?
We've been live for like 3.5 hours. Oh, no, 4:02.
4 hours, guys. We said it was going to be a long stream.
New record.
4K people in here. We appreciate every single one of you guys being in here.
Yes, and if you're in here, if you're new, here's the thing. If you're watching this on my profile, follow me, of course, but follow Truism Tim on X. Tim just laid down the law with an excellent deep dive that we all learned a lot from. I know I learned a lot from it. Follow Truism Tim on X and also follow Gray Area Talks on X. And hey, if you're already there, why not go to YouTube and Rumble and subscribe to the show by the same name, Gray Area Talks. We're working really hard with a really phenomenal team of people. Got King Andrew, got King West, got King Damon in here, editing team, switching team, all of it. We're building out a lot of incredible things for you. But the show doesn't work if you don't help the show grow. And the biggest thing you can do to help the show grow, subscribe to us on YouTube and Rumble and follow Truism Tim on X.
Yeah, we would really appreciate anything that you guys do. I really hope that you guys enjoyed this segment. I do it for the love of the game. I genuinely care about giving you guys information in a way that's digestible and understandable. And no talking over people's heads. Like, here's the thing. We're no better than you guys. we're all the same
all the
people.
same. All
right?
the same people.
So for me, I in my head, I'm like, you know what? I know other people have these questions, and I'm sure other people don't get them answered because they watch somebody else's show, and all they do is just spitball the news. They're like, all right, breaking news, this happened, and I'm going to tell you this about it. And then you'll hear it probably like 5 different times across 5 different streams. And, they have their own flavor to it. But what show do you know is taking the current news, but then also giving you the extra flavor?
Sure.
And the deep dive and the deeper layers, because no one's going to tell you that,
yes,
America, as bad as it might be, isn't the only bad actor, and there's complications.
Well, no one is
to
to be trusted. That's the message of the show. Really, is like we're going to air everyone's dirty laundry. We're going to look at all these countries, all these different relationships, the things that they actually do, because they tell you the truth, right? And it's like we watch that sanctions clip. And it's like a nice HR lady, Well, yeah, we do economic war and we try to shut down their country. And it's like and we learn the truth.
And I just want to clarify one more thing. If you didn't understand what I meant by that statement. If the United States was not there, China and Russia would be sweeping that stuff up real quickly. They would take control over that whole region. Do you understand that China isn't like the holy savior? There's a reason why they're not also the reserve currency. No one trusts China, by the way. They're not the best country. They can be peaceful, but they have their dark side.
We used to have this saying at the office. We used to say nobody's bad because everybody's bad.
Yes.
So it's like that's kind of what we're dealing with. And I just want to say we have someone popping in for the first time 5 minutes ago on a promo. Hey, follow the gray area accounts. Check out more of our shows.
You came
please.
late to the party, but there's a lot. Go watch the restream. You missed a lot, but it's actually, this is one of my favorite episodes by far. Definitely should watch it. And the last thing I'll say about China, China gives these massive loans out to these African countries. That way they get in debt and they can control that country.
Sure.
Come on, guys. This isn't just like Israel is the bad guy, America is the bad guy. I'm critical of my own country. I can be critical of Israel, but I'm also able to see it's not that straightforward, and we don't just act.
I'm a little more radical than you. There are real political actors that I hate. You take a real 30,000 foot view, and you try to find the moderate truth in it.
Well, we're just not trying to act for no reason, just to be destructive. Technically, America in and itself, when we're on the right side of history, is constructive for the entire world. We not single-handedly, but collectively have been the pioneers in lifting most of the world from these third world countries.
In some
into
aspects,
second.
I agree with you. And that's the thing is also this show, we debate and discuss things all the time. I hear you on some of that. I maybe disagree on some other parts of it, but
we won't get into it.
We won't get into it tonight. 4-hour stream. Thank you all for being here tonight. This has really been incredible. There was a comment that I missed, and I'm trying to find it now. We had someone say that my absence on the Saturday emergency broadcast that I was supposed to do with my dad didn't go unnoticed. Here's the thing. All right, I want to talk about this for a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
I fucked up. I did coverage late in the evening. I did a show from 7 to 10, and then I went live with Owen from 2 a.m. to 3:30 a.m., and I did another live myself. So I didn't think my dad would want me in studio for the Iran war stuff. I thought that he would just want to cover it on his own. And when we had agreed to do the show, I was like, great, that's awesome. But this also wasn't going on. The news hadn't broken yet. So I shot myself in the foot. I'm like, I don't think he wants me. I think he probably wants to do the show himself. I'm going to take a little nap. If I wake up, I can still wake up in time to go to the studio. My alarm didn't go off. I overslept. And I wake up and I look on Twitter and my dad's talking to Brianna Morello. And I'm like, fuck. And
was he pissed or not?
Yeah. Oh, he was mad. He was, he's just like, it's typical Rex. It's what Rex does. I'm like, all right, I can't argue with it. Maybe that's true. All right. But I saw your thing and it was in reference to the knowledge fight, guys. Your absence didn't get unnoticed. We have a community of 36K strong on Reddit, haters. They consider my dad to be the most evil person who's ever lived, the most successful disinformation artist that's ever lived. And all they do is come after us and look into anything and everything that we do. Me not going on the show, that's a signal. He's he's fighting with Rex. He doesn't like Rex's position on Iran.
Nothing like that.
What the fuck? Come on.
You just went. You just did archery.
I was fat. I ate a cheeseburger and I went to sleep and I missed the interview. So that's the story there.
I mean, I don't know if you want to break it now, but like you might have a chance to redeem yourself this week, right?
We, the royal we, me and you will have a chance to redeem ourselves. We're going on InfoWars, one of these 4th hour segments during this week. Need to confirm what day with Daria, but I talked to him today. I was like, hey, we're still confirmed to do it? Yeah, I said we do it. We're confirmed. So that's all the confirmation I need.
The gray area is going to be on with the great Alex Jones. You guys have heard it here first.
Gotta not jinx it.
I don't want to jinx it.
Might, probably, maybe.
You know what?
Definitely.
The other 2 times, different circumstances.
3rd time's a charm. Isn't that what they say?
I'm feeling lucky tonight. But honestly, this is even better. This is even bigger. And, you know, it's a pleasure to have a chance to be with your dad, just to even have a conversation, let alone be able to have a conversation on air.
He might have called me a pothead. He definitely called me a pothead for sure. you hit the nail on the head right there.
So we appreciate all of you guys. If you guys want to catch us, we're live Thursdays, Sundays at 7:30. Very religious about that. Rex also does his own solo during the week.
Yes. There's always a live if you want to catch it in the evening, and marquee show Thursday and Sunday. You want to see me and Tim, really Tim, on that Sunday, give the deep dive. You want the guest. You really come on Sunday, but every day of the week, we're here for you guys. I'm here for you guys. Collectively, we're working together every day.
If next week goes how it's supposed to go, it's a pretty big week.
Yeah, we're trying to launch some stuff here.
Thursday, Owen's confirmed, right? Sunday is Harrison.
InfoWars week.
It's an InfoWars week, guys.
InfoWars week.
So we appreciate every one of you guys tuning in tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed the deep dive. I hope you enjoyed the coverage. Thank you. We are signing off. I'm sure everybody's tired here, so take care and God bless.
Sure.
Modern life has left us out of balance. Long ago it was once said, certain remedies could grant a man the vitality of a horse. For over 6,000 years, these natural remedies have been harvested and tested by generations. Why create complex formulas when nature's roots are still in our hands? Try Primal Core. Ancient remedies for modern life.